I got this tweet I sent earlier.
Oh, 1 second.
I couldn't believe that guy's post.
Hey, too good. How you doing? Ugh. I mean, WWE taught him how to seek out the right camera. What else can you
That's right.
say? All right. I am going to boot up Alice's Adventures. Okay, these are actual like maps.
Oh. This is beyond the most wild take that I've seen so far. Someone responded, one of my posts, they said, they'll probably just do the same to Biden so that they can move on from him, then blame a Trump supporter for doing it, and that's how this plays out. I'm like, bro, no way. Like,
All right. It should be open to join.
this is by far my favorite fake news headline that we've seen today. And when I say fake news, I mean actual legacy media saying that shit, and not that it's
I
fake, because
I I
it's real.
I saw that.
I was like, holy fuck. There's a reckoning coming. Large Eskimo real estate soon.
Wild.
Yeah. I seen that picture of the dead assassin.
Yeah, I saw it too.
Yeah, that looks exactly like the average fag in Portland. Right down to the fucking goonish facial hair. In hell right now, being raped by the devil.
There was a report that there was a second shooter as well. Is that not true? Has that been debunked? Has that
We've
been?
got no idea. You know, this again, it's one of those, the signal to noise ratio is fucking massive. There's just no way to know. Oh my good god. This is a picture of the brainlet before they removed part of his skull.
I've
And yeah, that's,
the flat face.
oh my god.
Yeah, I've seen that picture too.
Fucking unbelievable.
Okay. Okay, so this map actually looks decently sized. It's not huge or anything, but it's probably a little bit bigger than the average PowerWash map.
One of the accounts I followed said as soon as we see the guy who actually did it, he's gonna look like some fucking adult Millhouse, and that's exactly what we fucking got. Like,
At least it wasn't.
Vexed.
At least it wasn't Samala Hildy.
Yeah, for real. Fucking A, man.
Well, Austin, there wouldn't have been an election if Trump had been killed today. There would have been a war.
Yeah, right now, your electricity would be out. You'd be very confused in talking to your family. People would be raiding grocery stores for every scrap of food they could get their hands on, and you would hear a lot of gunshots and explosions in the distance. Like, go on YouTube and do a search for ambient war noises and look for shit that says you're sleeping in the trenches, like World War I or World War II, and just like listen to that shit. That's what you'd be hearing in the background.
Alice in Wonderland is such a weird choice for a DLC pack. Like, who out there is like some roving Alice in Wonderland fanboy that is like, oh my god, I have to buy PowerWash Simulator because they added Alice in Wonderland maps.
You're thinking about it wrong because you said fanboy. Girls love that shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no surprise that this DLC comes out around the same time that they release the Warhammer 40k DLC. 40k for the boys, Alice in Wonderland for the girls. Because a lot of girl gamers actually really like Power Wash because, you know, autism simulator.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I mean it's sold really well and they know their audience. Boys with autism love Warhammer. Girls with autism love Alice in Wonderland. Yeah, I don't even know I'm gonna fucking go to work tomorrow. Like,
Well, the
I
thing.
can't. I seriously can't wait for the first time that Trump does the old Reaganism, where the next time he's at an event and you hear a loud bang, he just turns to the microphone and he goes, "Miss me." Uh,
Yeah. Well, Austin, the thing is,
oh man.
the shooter was extremely skilled, very clearly.
Yeah. I'll say to you, Austin, what I said to Joke earlier, which is that yes, he missed, and all anyone's talking about is him missing, because they're like, "Oh my God, how could you miss?" Blah blah blah. Shot from 300 yards away. The elevation was perfect. The bullet drop was perfect. Accounting for wind was perfect. He missed by inches, and it's because Trump turned his head at the last second.
Yeah.
Just a moment.
So I don't think it was just a lunatic because most lunatics are not expert long distance shooters.
Sorry, I had to retrieve my cat.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, yeah. Um, that's the kind of shot that like people are going to be talking about that for a long time because Lee Harvey Oswald, when he shot JFK, JFK was a moving target, and he missed the first shot, but then he hit with the second and the third shot. But the car was traveling in a straight line. You could account for the way that it was moving, and it was not a particularly windy day. Oswald was also closer than this guy was to Trump. And Oswald had years of Marine Corps training and experience. More than that, there are those who believe that because of Oswald's history, being a communist and him traveling to the Soviet Union, spending some years there, marrying a Russian woman, that it was actually a hit from the Soviet government trying to take out the sitting president. And that's why LBJ encouraged the conspiracies, is because they didn't want America to think that the Soviets had just killed the president. Because if people thought that, especially so soon after the Cuban Missile Crisis, they would have been screaming to go fight World War III. They would have wanted blood because Kennedy was obscenely popular. So I say all that because, Oswald, on top of everything else, may have had Soviet commando training and experience also. So this guy who's just some random fucking guy, that was actually an incredibly difficult shot, and he damn near got it. Just very impressive. But to me, the most retarded thing that I've seen today are the people insisting that it was just a BB gun, because if it was an actual rifle, then Trump's head would have exploded. And I'm like, you people are utter fucking retards that don't know anything about ballistics. Plus, you can watch the footage and hear the fucking gunshots. The only way that a camera would be able to pick up the sounds of the gunshots from how far away the shooter was, not just the TV cameras filming the rally, but phone cameras from people releasing stuff that were at the event live. The only way you'd be able to hear those shots is if the shooter was the fucking cameraman. There are a lot of insanely retarded people out there in the world, and you're hearing all of them come in with takes right now, and anyway, I said it earlier. The man's been divorced multiple times. He has 5 children from 3 different women. He's a convicted felon, and he's been shot. At this point, all he's got to do now is host the Grammys.
No, all he's got to do now is get a lien put on his house.
Yeah, that unironically may happen in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is the game not loading for you?
No, it is. I'm just because it's my Sunday. There's a lot of stuff I have to do to get ready for work in the following week.
Oh, okay.
But because of the events that happened today, I haven't done pretty much anything. So I'm just starting a couple of things that can be done passively before I start playing, like laundry.
I hear you. All right. So
sometime after we stop, I'll go get gas, because on the weekend it's always a pain in the ass at night, because that's when a bunch of people show up to have fist fights because they want to go do whatever.
So, not saying anything on whether or not Secret Service did a good job or a bad job. Not talking about that. I was watching the clip earlier. And, thinking about how in that circumstance where there's a shooter, the Secret Service is not even really a guards. They're meat shields. Like, they literally... Yes. And, I was just thinking, what kind of mentality do you have to do that job? Where you're just like, well, I guess I'm probably dying today.
The mentality that it's highly, highly unlikely that you'll be put in that situation. Because this is the first time that somebody shot at a president in 40 years.
Well, I mean, it's certainly the closest we've come to one succeeding in 40 years. Because it actually hit him, but, I know there was an assassination attempt on Bush where the grenade just didn't go off. And I think someone back in 2016 during the campaign tried to shoot Trump, but he never got a shot off. I remember at one of his rallies.
No, what happened was that moron tried rushing the stage,
Mm-hmm.
and he got tackled like instantly.
Okay. But I do remember something like that happening. So,
Right. Walking into a dead zone, I may
all right.
drop the
No
call.
problem.
Be right back.
Hmm.
All right, test.
Yeah, I hear you.
But yeah, what the Secret Service normally do is like they're just police that have to do with the president and his family. They investigate threats against the president, try to shut them down before they happen. But yeah, like this first time that somebody's shot the president in 40 years. So having to jump on him and take a bullet for him, not an everyday occurrence, which is why they hire women. The most bizarre thing that I've seen all day is that Trump is tall. He's like the fifth tallest president we've ever had. And a 5'3" woman who's a Secret Service agent trying to stand in front of him as a meat shield, and like her head barely comes up to like his rib cage.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there thinking, "You're useless. Go away." Like, oh god.
I just sent you a tweet. I know you can't look at it right now until you're done doing what you're doing, but I just sent it to you. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yeah, that's the
At
thing
this
that
point, I
people
wouldn't be
need to
surprised if I got
realize.
fucking banned off of Twitter or some shit.
I mean, that's the thing people
We're
need to
going in.
realize. Biden was already losing. He needed something big to happen in his favor to have a chance to win. Like, it's not like this event single-handedly made 50 million people go over to vote for Trump from Biden. Of course that didn't happen. But Biden was already losing. And there's a lot of indicators that he's losing very badly.
I think you got to restart Discord. Things happening again.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, I keep saying that MK Ultra stuff, but it's not a conspiracy anymore. The CIA admitted to its existence,
Mm-hmm.
and we saw in all kinds of different released files that have been declassified that they did that. And Uncle Ted was widely attempted to become MK Ultra, but it didn't fully take, so it consumed him with violent feelings towards the government. So then he did what he did. But yeah, if they want to win this time, they're gonna have to do what I just showed you in a DM. If they want to win this time, that's what it's gonna have to be. They're gonna have the 3M ballot dump of like 8 million votes in a single city.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much.
That's hilarious.
What if Trump starts going everywhere in
The
a
beef.
in a Pope mobile?
Oh, wait, what's it?
What if he just starts going everywhere in a Pope mobile?
I was saying to my dad, they should get him a fucking mech.
Like from Warhammer?
Well, like from fucking anything. Like, could you imagine if he just like fucking romps onto the fucking stage the next time he does a rally and he's wearing the fucking suit that Ripley was in Aliens? It'd be fucking awesome. Anyway, while that picture that you just sent me is hilarious, to be fair, Rocky loses the fight at the end of the movie more often than he wins in the series.
Very true. See, because I mean, here's the thing that these people.
Oh my god. Hold on. My audio settings reverted to the default.
Oh, okay.
You remember how loud this is. Holy shit. Oh my god. Anyway. Alright, so we're wearing our normal stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
The thing is about tweets like that, if you believe what you believe about democracy and you believe that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy, you should want him dead. That's what these people cannot seem to own.
Bro, look at this. Look at the cat. Look at the cat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just fucking disappeared. What the hell? Bro, restart the level.
Oh.
Because I think that's like a scripted event or something.
Okay. Let's see here. How do I leave? How do I leave? How do I leave?
Just trust me, that was really cool. You're going to want to see that again. Because that was like part of the high effort stuff that they
Okay.
do.
Menu. Okay. I'm gonna jump into another map real quick and then come back.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think that's the only way it's gonna let me do it.
Let me check if I can do something. If it doesn't work in terms of resetting it, we could always have me host.
Okay. Okay, I'm going into the other room.
Just long enough for you to be able to see that anyway. It was neat.
I don't see a cat anywhere. Why don't you come into my game? Maybe it only because I'd been running around in this map for 20 minutes with no cat, so maybe you loading in made it appear.
Maybe.
Like, if you actually think Trump is Hitler and you think that, Hitler did all these terrible things and is this terrible person, terrible leader who will kill all these people, then you should want him dead. That's what these people are, they're trying to decide whether or not they're going, how to react to this. And if you actually thought he was Hitler, you wouldn't be reacting the way 99% of them are. Like, if you actually think there is some equivalency there, you should be disappointed that the shooter missed. So you have people like Rachel Maddow who are, expressing condolences and relief that everything is okay, but tomorrow they're going to go back to the same shit.
Right.
Are you
Yeah,
able?
let me know when you're back in the map.
I am. I am.
That's weird, because it doesn't say that I can join a player's co-op game.
Okay. Try it now.
Did you forget to enable hosting? Yeah, there we go. It's in there now. It happens. What I'll do is like go in at the same time.
Okay.
And
All right.
oh, that was cool. You actually fell down a fucking rabbit hole.
Yeah. All
All
right.
right, let me switch my clothing back because everything's on default.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. I like the Christmas stuff. So yeah, they definitely did this high effort. Yeah, there he is. You see in the chair there?
Oh. Okay. Dope.
Yeah, I wanted to be sure you saw that because that was really neat.
Okay.
Okay, now I'm assuming we can just claim.
Yeah. Like, by that same token, if you're a black person and you and police officers are just shooting black people for sport, then you should kill them. If that was actually what was happening, then yeah, you should fight back. But that's not what's happening.
Right.
So it's disingenuous to act like, well, of course this isn't what I wanted.
Right.
No, if you actually believe what you're saying, this is what you wanted.
Bro, I saw it was fucking hilarious. Let me find it. Um, this guy retweeted. Do you remember Jeb Bush's old tweet where he tweeted out a picture of a gun and he says
Yes.
America?
Yes, I do.
So a lot of people have been responding to that. They're like, "Where's Jeb's whereabouts? Was it him? There's still time. The revenge."
Well, the really interesting thing to consider is that Alec Baldwin's trial got thrown out yesterday.
Right.
And now today,
I know what you mean. It's a little too suspicious.
oh, all right, we got our triples back. We got our triple water spouts. Let's go.
Yeah, and the fucking quote tweets, a bunch of people fucking responding to it in the last 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Jeb can still win. Oh man, that's funny. I like the levity in a moment like this.
Yeah, contrary to what some people have said, I like the memes. Some of the memes are actually really good. Like, some people are doing
Look, we
like,
got
you,
that one.
the meme where Jason Tatum texts Kobe and is like, "I got you today, man," and then Kobe texts him back like, "You suck."
You suck. Lose my number.
Yeah,
Go Heat, bitch.
yeah. People are doing that,
Uh,
and it's like John Wilkes Booth and the shooter today's text conversation. And there was another one that was like, "You guys have no idea how talented John Wilkes Booth was." And another guy was like, "He succeeded in an era of firemen and lawyers being Secret Service agents. I'm not impressed." Of milkmen.
man.
Trump needs to hire like private military contractors for his security. He needs to hire Blackwater PMCs. Yeah, I saw the 50 Cent meme too. Good. It was good.
Just again, another reminder, guys. You don't need to ask about what would be happening right now if the assassin succeeded. If the assassin succeeded, you wouldn't be having this conversation or watching the stream because everyone's power would be down right now, and you would hear rolling gunfire and intermittent explosions in the distance. You'd hear a lot of screaming and crying, people begging for mercy, and people looting.
Remember when he said, stand back and stand down? People were standing down for a moment just like that.
Yep.
You know, I think about that line from, I think, The Wire. I think it's from The Wire. You come at the king, you better not miss.
Yes.
I think about that line at a time like this.
Yeah. Things are going to get worse before they get better. You think you hate journalists enough, but you don't. Washington Post headline was like, Trump leaves rally after falling down.
I thought that was CNN.
Somebody, a number of different fake news outlets, they all had their own fucking take on it. Then somebody else was like, loud bangs heard at Trump rally, so Secret Service evacuates him. And it's like, what the fuck? What's really astonishing is just the level of retardation that you're seeing from people right now, where like they are literally watching the exact same video clip that you are, and then they have a completely different concept of what they just watched. Like, I have seen people being like, it was fake because there's no way that audience member would not have also died if you're shooting right at him, because they thought that the Secret Service agent that was on the red barn behind him was the shooter. And I'm like, are you stupid? Because the rifle's not even fucking aimed in Trump's direction from the Secret Service agent. Plus, an audience member did die, and 2 others are in critical condition.
Right.
Because once he missed Trump, he started firing wildly, and he got off as many shots as he could before a Secret Service capped him.
Remember the dude who shot up the congressional baseball game?
Yeah, and he hit Steve Scalise.
Yeah.
That was another great example of completely failed security, because like they were on a baseball field and they just let some fucking random guy just walk up. That's how you know the shit's intentional, because it's like, why is it that every single security failure like this, where you fail to do even the simplest fucking things, always involve a Republican being the target? It happens often enough, you can no longer contribute it to sheer incompetence. There's really only the one explanation.
Like one meme that I liked was somebody posted a caption that was like, "Okay, Mr. President, please tell me where you've been injured." And it's the picture of Trump grabbing his ear when somebody was telling him for the first time about Ginsburg dying.
Right.
Like little things like that that are pretty harmless. I have an appreciation for it.
I sent you one that I saw in another Discord I'm in. It was like, do not get your ears pierced at Claire's.
Yeah, I saw that one too. Who is Claire, though? I don't know who that is.
Claire's was a company that did piercings, like in the mall
Hmm.
back in like the 90s.
You say was. Did they go out of business because they suck at it?
Well, like malls barely exist now.
Yeah, I guess. Yes.
Uh,
There's a good. I saw statements on Twitter from Obama, W. Bush, Mitt Romney, Liz Cheney, everybody before Biden got out there. So Biden must have been like asleep. And then someone woke him up and
that's
was like,
right. That's that's what I say because it took 2 hours for him to make a statement. But when he made the statement, because it's a tweet, the wording in the tweet says, "I was just briefed." It was 2 hours.
mm-hmm.
So it's like, you were just briefed. Were you fucking asleep? The answer is yes.
Unironically.
Yes, he was asleep, and they woke him up to let him know that his goon did not succeed, and they're gonna have to try something else.
A second plane has hit the towers.
A second Tesla has just driven into the. God.
A second man has just fallen into the river in Lego City.
Finito, Brusolini.
Most of the time, I feel like when something shocking and amazing happens, we don't really comprehend it when it happens. This is something I definitely feel like is not that hard to
Yeah,
grasp.
that's why I tagged everyone, and that's why, because like I was watching for maybe like 90 seconds before I came upstairs and started like texting and DMing everybody that I knew about this because I was like, dude, check the news. It doesn't matter what channel. This is unironically one of those moments. Like, it's one of our favorite memes now, thanks to Zach. But unironically, check the news. It doesn't matter what channel. Like,
Yeah, I had just finished the first hour of Princess Mononoke. Came out to the bathroom, checked my phone, and I saw Snacks DMing me.
yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those moments where, for the rest of your life after this, you're going to be thinking, people will be like, where were you when this happened? Especially depending on what happens from here.
JFK leaves rally in Dallas, Texas after suffering immense headache.
Yeah, for real. See, what's crazy is that the governor of Texas, Connolly, I think his name was, I don't know, but he was also killed
Mm-hmm.
because the second shot went straight through Kennedy's neck and hit Connolly in the chest.
That is in remarkable efficiency by the shooter. God damn. That's like
Well, that's
something
that's one of the things is
you get an achievement for that in a Hitman game, man.
yeah. So like obviously JFK dying is the bigger news there, but governor of Texas also got capped that day. Lest we forget.
During like I'd say most of the second act of Princess Mononoke, I was standing in the back of the theater because I had to figure out what the hell had happened. I was going through my phone.
Was like there are a bunch of people suddenly talking.
Not that I could tell. I mean, honestly, if you're in a movie theater and you're not somebody that has a tiny bladder, which I have a tiny bladder, you're not going to know. You're not going to hear about that until you leave. So that doesn't surprise me.
Dude, you missed an excellent opportunity to ruin everyone's good time by being like, "Hey, everybody."
Meanwhile, Baron's watching all of this from the sideline, becoming more and more radicalized.
Yes.
He is Octavian.
Aaron's gonna be like the reverse of Ivanka, where Trump's gonna be asking him for advice and stuff, and Barron's gonna be like, "You need to go further to the right, Dad. Ask yourself, what would Pinochet do?"
Pretty much.
We're gonna have the best helicopters, folks. We're gonna pack so many leftists in there. America has great oceans, possibly the best. Everywhere I go, people tell me, "You know what? America's oceans, they could fit so many communists in there. There's just so many."
You check the news. Doesn't matter what channel.
It was wild, man, because like I literally saw that shit live. So when I started telling people about it, they're like, "I don't see anything about it on the news," and I'm like, "Gee whiz, I wonder why." Like,
If I was home, I probably would have seen it live. Because my mom watches Fox News all day and they've been showing his rallies live for the most part. I'm assuming
that's
there's
exactly how my mom saw it. Yeah. Because they were broadcasting the rally live, and then all of a sudden, like Trump grabs his ear, and then he drops, and my mom's like, "What the fuck?" And then she hears bangs. She's like, "Oh my god, so much shooting!" And I go run out, and like my mom's like fucking dry heaving, having Reagan flashbacks because she watched that shit live too.
I was in bed when 9/11 happened, and I was also too young to really get it. I must admit, I didn't think 9/11 was a big deal when it happened. I don't know
Yeah,
very
I
much
mean,
about
what?
long legs, Dota. I've heard of it. I don't know what it is, so I'm probably not going to watch it. There's a couple other movies coming out this month I might want to see, so I don't need to be like manufacturing something to go force myself to see. Like, I'm probably going to end up going to the movies 4 times this month because I saw Horizon, I saw Princess Mononoke today, and I might see Twisters and Deadpool. There's actually some stuff coming out that I want to see, so. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Princess Mononoke's like from the 90s, I think. Yeah, it was like 97 or something.
Who's asking about it
Someone in chat.
on Kick or Twitch? I can.
Twitch.
Okay. Yeah, Princess Mononoke is one of the highly touted Miyazaki films with Studio Ghibli. One of the greatest animes of all time. and
Mhm.
came out in the 90s, yes. You can tell because of the animation style, even though it's, the animation style that is, it's very unique to Studio Ghibli and Miyazaki. You can still see in a lot of the designs that it's a very old style of how anime used to be drawn. Like one of those things where you can tell it's part of that era. Like when you watch Fist of the North Star, you can tell that's an 80s anime,
Mhm.
80s, early 90s. And when
Yeah.
you watch a Miyazaki film, you can tell that that's 90s anime. Because
Right.
if you watch anime series and not movies, but actual series from those same times, the art style looks very similar
Mhm.
because they use similar techniques, and they have a lot of the same animators working on the same stuff. And the difference would be like the writers and the story that they're trying to tell.
I thought Horizon was pretty good. Yeah, it's kind of it's a western, obviously, and my dad really liked it because he likes westerns that are actually westerns. Like he tried to watch Yellowstone and he doesn't like it because it takes place in modern day. It's trying to be like a modern western, and he's like, I don't like it very
Yeah,
much.
right. It's flop. And my dad feels the same way. He watches it because he likes westerns too.
Hmm.
And my dad watches like a lot of slop because he hardly ever watches TV. He's just got it in the background while he's doing something.
Hmm.
So in a way, he's almost like the perfect modern day consumer because he's like, yeah, it's just on in the background. So like he's not really paying attention to it. So the fact that it's slop doesn't bother him.
He likes all the other series in the franchise, like 1887 or whatever it's called, and 1912, because they're actually taking place in the old days, which he finds interesting. But he thinks Yellowstone is not interesting because it doesn't take place in that era. It takes place in the modern era, to be clear.
There are right. There are two things that are very, very important to make any genre film work properly. Is to commit to the identity of the genre and to have a cast that is known for like their ability to actually get that to function. Tommy Lee Jones is fantastic in westerns. So even though No Country for Old Men was like a western that was taking place in relatively the modern day because it's like the 70s, it worked perfectly because they had Josh Brolin and Tommy Lee Jones, who are fucking perfect in that genre and phenomenal actors themselves,
Hmm.
and they really knew how to get the feeling across. So even though it was the story that's taking place in the 1970s, it really felt like a western. Did you get the same with Unforgiven? Of course, it was taking place in the Old West, but because it had Clint Eastwood in it, and it was released during a time when westerns had been, that they'd been abandoned by Hollywood and the people had moved on. But Clint Eastwood wanted to do it to be like a kind of a final send off to the genre.
Hmm.
So because you had that great cast of people who knew what to do, Gene Hackman being in there also was a great move. They managed to make it work at a time when westerns were not popular and not successful. Yellowstone's got none of that. Like, okay, it's got Kevin Costner, but who the fuck cares? Because Kevin Costner alone is not enough to make that work. It's evidenced by the fact that Horizon worked, but Yellowstone didn't.
Imagine trying to assassinate somebody and then they start doing a fucking Fortnite react after you miss them. That's got to be devastating. I love that tweet.
Got it. Once the Secret Service confirmed that it was all clear and that they got the guy that did it,
Hmm.
what they should have done is let Trump climb up to the roof and do the fucking Fortnite floss dance over the guy's corpse.
Or teabag him.
That works even better because Trump is a boomer, so that'd work perfectly. He's like, "Let me show you how we used to do it in my Halo lobbies." Then he starts using the gamer word while he's fucking teabagging on him. Hashtag YOLO swag.
I did see a couple of tweets that were like, please, please, please let the shooter not be black. If he is, it's all over for us. I saw a couple tweets like that.
If the shooter was black, the first statement that Trump would make as soon as he fucking got the chance to do so, like, after I'm elected, I will pardon Derek Chauvin and make him the new head of the FBI.
Shinzo Abe was looking over him today. Was watching over him today.
Be a space cowboy. Yeah, you're exactly correct, because Trump is going to go do Shinzo Abe's favorite thing. He's going to have a lot of sex. uh,
Wow, this would be a really annoying and obnoxious loss. We have 3 more outs left. This would be one of the dumber losses of the season so far. I don't want to say dumbest because there are a lot of games in a baseball season, and you lose a lot of dumb games. This would be a dumb loss that we do not need to be dealing with right now. Our former president showed tremendous grace and courage under literal fire tonight. So thankful for his safety and so sad for the victims and their families. That's from Jeff Bezos, who is bizarrely quiet politically, it feels like. I feel like Jeff Bezos, like, you'd think he'd have a little bit more to say politically than he does. Hmm. Apparently, Gerald Ford had like 3 assassination attempts against him that just didn't get all that close to the goal line. Who the hell would want to assassinate Gerald Ford? He didn't do anything. He's like the least offensive president possible.
it's because he pardoned Nixon, so they thought that he was corrupt.
Mhm. That's like assassinating Wayne Brady. It don't make no sense.
Well, I mean, Gerald Ford's presidency is a very strange one because for years upon years, any reference to Gerald Ford will include a reference about him falling down, as if he fell down all the time.
Mhm.
But he only fell down once, and the time that he fell down the plane stairs was because the stairs were wet, and he was wearing dress shoes. I don't know if you've ever tried to walk on a slick surface in dress shoes, especially if it's actively raining, but holy fuck.
Mhm.
So yeah, he fell down once, and it became the defining moment of his presidency and what everyone references anytime they bring him up. And yet Biden has fallen down so many times that if you do a YouTube search for Biden falling down, you will see so many different fucking video clips of this shit that you could probably scroll for like a couple of pages without seeing a duplicate. But do you think that falling down is going to be the defining moment of Biden's presidency that people talk about for decades to come? Yeah, no.
Well, history is written by the victors, right? So it just depends on what happens next.
Oh, if that's the case, then he's going to be an asterisk president. We're going to fucking read in the history books about how the election was fortified and yet with strength and resolve, the bullshit was
Yeah,
overcome.
it's
Like,
it's the it's like the
does
Norm
anyone in the
Macdonald
fucking
quote.
world, right?
Yeah. You know, I found out the other day the good guys have won every war ever. Isn't that a relief? I love that so
Yeah,
much.
for real. That's a good one. Yeah,
Because I remember watching a
like,
fucking it was I think the day after Trump won the election in 2016, it was like a college campus uh event where students would get up in front of everybody and give these little speeches about stuff. It was like, this is a safe space, come air out whatever it is on your mind. And one woman gets up there and is like, I know today is hard, but history shows us that the good guys always win. So we just have to keep fighting and eventually we have to win. And it's like, it's definitely not true. It's not like I don't care what you believe. You can definitely find some historical event where the good guys clearly did not win.
yeah. Sometimes it takes centuries for that kind of thing to finally go in a good direction. Like,
Mm-hmm.
the Turks were not good people, and the occupation of Greece was brutal and awful. And it took like they took Constantinople in 1453, and they still occupy Constantinople to this day. But Greece didn't have independence for 400 fucking years. So yeah, sometimes it's a little tougher. I gotta say though, this give me huge feelings of claustrophobia.
I know what you mean. So here's a question. Was today the craziest? I don't want to say like best or worst, but what's the right word? Like most notable, most prolific day in Twitter history?
Um, in a single day, yes. Uh, their attempts to shut down discussion about the election being rigged in 2020 was also pretty crazy, like with the Arm and Hammer shit, the automatic community notes,
Yeah.
um, all sorts of stuff like that. But that was something that took place over weeks.
Yeah, and also that's
In
kind
a
of like
single
the
day,
opposite.
yeah,
Like it's harder to be crazy. Like I feel like the most prolific days in Twitter history would have to be all days after Elon bought it. Because before Elon bought it, you couldn't go crazy because of exactly the way things used to be run, unless it was about something innocuous like basketball. Like maybe when KD signed with the Warriors, that would have been a crazy day in Twitter history because everybody was so pissed off.
oh yeah, searching for Kevin Durant N word
Yeah. Right
on
after
Twitter.
that,
Those were good
just go
times.
to Twitter, search for OKC Durant N word. That's how you know that Jazz fans are better than Thunder fans. Nobody called Gordon Hayward the N word when he left.
Fantastic. No, but unironically, when Donovan Mitchell left, they didn't call him. They just called him that while he was still playing there.
Remember the guy who was covering one of his eyes when Derek Fisher was shooting free throws?
Yeah, that was great.
That was fucking hilarious.
Still think most classless thing that a fan base ever did while someone was shooting free throws was like Steve Kerr's dad
Yeah,
had
Steve Kerr.
been
That's the
murdered,
all timer.
and yeah, that one that was fucking wild. However, the argument could be made that Steve Kerr deserved it because he's a garbage human.
and a bad coach. Let's not forget that.
Yes. Yeah, I actually wouldn't be surprised at all to see America not win the gold this year because of that coaching staff.
God, that would be
The
depressing.
fucking the disrespect to have Steve Kerr be the head coach of Team USA is just so outrageous. But yeah, Jokic is playing like a fucking man possessed. He's gonna have, he will have another MVP season. He will win 4 and 5, be the first person since LeBron to do that. And the Nuggets, as long as Jokic himself does not get injured, the Nuggets could very easily win the championship again this year.
Well,
Because
if
the way that he's
you're
playing in the Olympics right now, he is so fucking possessed, dude. He's like consumed with
okay,
like, I am so tired of these people.
I'm just gonna say it. If you're the
Mhm.
Nuggets GM and you're watching the Olympics right now and you're seeing what Jokic is doing, do you think maybe I need to get all white teammates for him next year? Just get
Wow,
rid of all the
that would
non-white players?
that would actually be insanely based.
Because
Just like
Jokic
have the entire team.
clearly is happier when like Jokic clearly cares more when he has white people for teammates.
For real. We could only hope that such a thing would occur.
Man, how happy is Boogie right now? Everyone's completely forgotten about the fact that he lied about having cancer.
Yeah, all he has to do is just be quiet for a while and just like let that shit fade into the history books and just like just be around. Oh, actually, this is a better idea. It'll give him the opportunity to doctor medical records.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like you said, people are laying off of him right now. They're not really talking about it. So a couple weeks will go by, he'll falsify some medical records that say that he has cancer, and then he'll be like, after thinking about it, I realized that the amount of money that was being offered for me to show my diagnosis is too much to ignore because I have a family that I need to take care of, and
Mm-hmm.
being concerned for their well-being, I decided that keeping this private uh, was not as good of a decision as trying to get this money. So if the offer's still valid, here you go.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he wouldn't get money out of it, and people would be like, "That's obviously faked." It took you like 2 months to fucking
Yeah, exactly. That would
make
not
this.
work.
I can literally see the Adobe Photoshop watermark. Like,
He claims to work 40 hours a week and he posts like 2 videos a week. So the joke has been he's the worst editor of all time. His videos aren't even heavily edited. And he's like, no, I swear I work 40 hours a week on my channel, even though I only post 2 videos a week that are like a grand total of 20 minutes long, maybe.
grand total of just complete bullshit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Boogie needs a publicist. It's gonna be like you need a peanut jig of your own.
Yeah, that's what the shooter needs to do. He needs a peanut jig.
Oh, I'm sure he's doing all kinds of jigs in hell right now. Wait, stop watering stuff for a second.
Mm-hmm.
All right, yeah, so definitely this thing.
That is a really, really stupid fucking loss. I am not happy about that one at all. Luke Rayleigh needs to learn how to hit again because he has been really, really bad at the plate lately. Stupid fucking.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm really worried because it seemed like they were just accepting that the loss was here.
Mm-hmm.
and they were just going to take a knee, run out the clock, and say, "We'll get him next time," Russell Wilson style, seconds after he threw that interception.
Mm-hmm.
But like, that's what they could have done. But instead, this happened, and I'm like, something tells me this won't be the last attempt, and they may even succeed before then. But I'm like, I don't think that they're ever going to stop. And at some point, like especially with the way that people are acting and reacting to this, I'm like, I feel like there's no way to go. But like eventually the tensions are going to boil over into something. And I'm sitting there like, people really don't get it. You know, like talk to a veteran, talk to people who are from like Iraq, Afghanistan before the war, and what the country was like. Because like if it happened here, it would be very, very obscenely bad, and people are cheering for this shit, and they want it to happen. And I'm like, I just want peace and stability and prosperity. Like, if you gotta fight, then you gotta fight, just to be able to give yourself the opportunity for that. But like, if that happens, it's not gonna be good. And that's what I'm feeling fucking nervous about. Like, my hands are shaking and shit because I'm all like, if they're gonna do this shit, bro, like, where's it gonna go? You know, where does it stop? It's very concerning to think about.
Thomas Matthew Crooks, 20-year-old from Bethel Park, Pennsylvania.
Fucking 20-year-old dude, that kid had his whole life ahead of him and he got fucking radicalized. It's terrible. I mean, by all means, rest in piss, and fucking subhuman sack of shit's gonna rot in hell for eternity. There you go. But it didn't have to be this way.
Why do they always three-name assassins? It's always like John Wilkes Booth, Lee Harvey Oswald. They always go the three-name, man.
It's because you include the middle name there to make it more easy to define that you're talking about that specific person. Like, I don't know what your middle name is, and I'm not asking for an example. For this example, I'm going to say that your middle name was John.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's say that someone got a president and their name was Brendan Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
Would you want them to say it was actually Brendan Daquan Nelson instead of
Well,
Brendan John Nelson? You know?
I mean, I'm thinking about the guy who worked the PA for the Baltimore Ravens. Was named Jerry Sandusky. I'm thinking about that guy because
Yeah.
he dealt
Yeah.
with problems for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, exactly. Great example. So if instead they called him, you know, Jerry, whatever his middle name is, Sandusky, and then that guy who was the Baltimore announcer, even though his name was Jerry Sandusky, he started going by Jerry, you know, whatever Sandusky. It's a very different sounding middle name than that other guy. It'd help. I think that's why, because like when you think about who shot Lincoln, you can't think John Booth. That just sounds weird. You think John Wilkes Booth. But you know, as long as there's someone with the last name of Booth, there's plenty of opportunity for them to have a kid named John. And if that guy was like, "Yeah, I'm John Booth," people wouldn't immediately think, "Oh, like John Wilkes Booth."
I mean, I used to work with a guy named Jim Jones at REI, and whenever his name was said, my mind went to that place.
That's because you're based. But that's actually a fairly common name,
Yeah,
you know.
exactly. Like, I'm surprised they haven't middle named the Reverend Jim Jones. Oh, it's
I was talking with my
hold on one second. Dota, it's fucking
yeah.
awful. It's fucking bad out there, man. Like every single position that opens up gets like 500 applicants. So every single position is like ultra precise with their requirements. So it's basically impossible to find anything right now. This job economy for tech
Right.
people is fucking terrible right now.
Right. And you got to think about another thing in tech too is the swarms of H-1B immigrants. Like, anytime I've been contacted about potentially getting an IT position, I shit you not, it's been a staffing agency that works out of the LA area, and they're always like, it's always people with Indian names trying to contact me. And they mostly work with Indians. Like, they'll work with anybody, but it's mostly Indians, H-1B visa Indians that are working with them. And I'm like, bro, imagine if you're a fucking like person who works at the hiring department for a company like this, and you just inundated every single position. It doesn't matter if they meet the qualifications you're asking for or not. You just get a fucking million fucking uh Rajit, fucking Gupta, whatever. Just like a fucking gazillion Indian guys just swarming you with shit.
Mm-hmm.
You get lost in the sauce. Like fucking,
Yeah.
it all just becomes noise after a while, and that's
It,
why, like, I think possibly the only way to really be getting a tech job right now, if you don't have connections, would be to work for a company that has a tech department doing something else, and then put your name out there to try to get into the department. But like, that's going to have an extremely low success rate, also. But it's probably going to have a better success rate than cold calling people and fucking dropping off mindless fucking online applications on job websites.
yeah, a few months ago I got contacted by Kroger for a job and I did the first step of the interview and then I never heard from them again. This was months ago. And me and the recruiter that was acting as the intermediary with Kroger tried to contact them multiple times and they got nothing. And as near as I can tell, what happened is that they had so many applicants that they just don't have time to tell everybody, we're going to move forward without you. We're going to move forward with these other people. So they just go dark. And this is
Yeah,
Kroger. This is not like, some mom and pop store. This was Kroger. This is not
right.
some scam
When
company.
when I finally stopped looking for an IT job, it's because I was in contact with a HR department that was working at a fairly large-sized law firm in San Diego, and they had a really good-sized IT team, so they were looking for entry-level IT people. So they shut me down, which sucked because it looked like I perfectly fit the qualifications that they were asking for, because they were looking for somebody to work in a department that had a lot of overlap with people who worked in construction. As a result, they were saying any kind of construction experience that you have to offer really helps. And the lady told me that I was the only person who applied who had the qualifications for IT in addition to experience working in construction. She was like, honestly, you're a perfect fit. However, what the company is looking for is people who have more work experience in IT. But this is an entry level help desk position. This is literally the
Mm-hmm,
easiest that it
mm-hmm,
possibly gets. This is when they're barely paying above minimum wage, and they're supposed to be taking people who don't have experience because that's how the fucking whole system works. So I'm like, I should have been perfect. But she's telling me this. She's all like, yeah, it's really hard out there right now. Even me with the connections that I have in my position, my daughter is trying to do the exact same thing, and it's really tough for her. So I tell her the same thing I'm going to tell you now, which is try to get a job like as a janitor or something at a hospital, and then put your name in for consideration with their IT department. So when they have an opening, hopefully they hire you. And I'm all like, that's fucking retarded. The only way that you'd actually get hired is if the economy was better, because if that's your strategy, you'll never get a job that way. So that's when I gave up and just stopped applying to IT jobs, because I was like, I'll never get one. Not with Biden in office, because the economy is never going to get better with Biden in office.
Yeah, it sucks. But I am in a much better position than almost anybody else because I have this YouTube
But
channel.
yeah,
And
Yeah,
like I never wanted to be in the position where I had to rely on my YouTube channel to be my primary source of income, but that may be the case for a little while. And it's within reason. It's possible. It's not
right.
absurd to suggest it.
Yeah.
So whatever.
The good news is, yeah, the good news is you don't have to consider it a long-term solution because we only have to wait, what's July, September, or sorry, August, September, October, November, December, just 6 more months.
Uh, Not quite. I don't want to get into exact numbers or Dota, but it's it's obviously very seasonal, and you also get. I'll say this: you get completely wrecked on taxes. You get completely wrecked on taxes because you're self-employed, so you don't have dependents that you can claim. So you get wrecked at the end of the year. So it really feels like you're getting your guts ripped out, even though I understand that the only difference is when you have like a W 2, the taxes are taken out throughout the year. I understand that. But it feels like, oh my God, I just lost so much of the money I made. But it feels bad,
Right.
man, at the end of the year. The difference between a 1099 and a W 2. I'll put it to you that way. But yeah, there are things that I can do to survive for the time being, which a lot of people cannot say. I'm sure there are people out there that are like Ben Affleck in The Company Men.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rough for people, So like I may complain about my job
Mm-hmm.
because everyone complains about their job and dumb stuff will always happen, but I am super,
Mm-hmm.
super fucking happy to have something that is actually really easy and really simple and not complicated that pays me decently. And for the first time in my life, I have benefits.
Yeah, I mean, I hear
Um,
you, Dota, but the thing is, I don't have to drive anywhere for what I do. My expenses are very low when it comes to what I'm doing on the internet, on YouTube and Twitch, etc., etc., etc. My expenses are low. I claim everything that can be claimed, believe me. It's not that much. Like, if I was driving to places to interview Seahawks players, that would be very different. If I'll bet that if I went to a Seahawks game, maybe I could use the price of the ticket as a write-off because it's part of. I'll bet I could do that, but I don't go to Seahawks games because it's a huge pain in the ass to get up there for me.
but you do go to Mariners games, and you do include
Yeah, that's
Mariners
true.
discussion on your channel.
I mean, baseball tickets are cheap as hell. That would be very little. So you're right, but baseball tickets ain't nothing. I never thought we would be in a
Fair
situation where
enough.
Snacks was employed and I wasn't, but here we are. Snacks has a job and I
Very
do not.
true.
I can't believe we're
It
here.
feels weird.
I mean, I guess by some definition I do have a job. Most people would consider what I do a job, but I never looked at it that way.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I finally have a job and I'm single, and it's because women just really get hot for unemployed guys. So unemployed losers with an arrest record. That's
Mm-hmm.
what they need to get going.
Well, Boogie would agree with that.
Absolutely.
Snacks didn't get arrested for anything. He's messing around.
Yeah, I trust me. If I had an arrest record, I would be swimming in poon right now. Everybody knows. Yeah, like the worst that's ever happened to me is getting pulled over for speeding.
Yeah, I've never gotten a speeding ticket. I got a ticket for being the cause of a car accident once, and I think that's it. Oh,
Oh,
I've gotten a couple parking tickets, but that's different.
cause of a car accident once. Did you?
I was on. I tried to merge into another lane, and I didn't realize the car was that close to me. This
No,
happened.
no, that's. I was gonna make a joke, like you went out in traffic and did something Oscar related, but I couldn't think of a good wording fast enough, so I had to just let it go.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, you probably wouldn't have your current job if you had an arrest record. Like, that could have been, like, the deal breaker.
I'm not totally sure, but that could be very accurate. I really don't have a clue because they never asked that kind of thing, and I think that's more of a California thing than a corporate thing.
Remember on one of the videos where Boogie was bitching about how he can't find a job because he's disabled and has a felony charge on his record? And one guy in the comments was like, I used to work at a call center and I was the only person there that didn't have a criminal record. One guy beat the shit out
Yeah,
of a cop.
do you remember the stories I tell about when I was working for like a people who sold magazine subscriptions over the phone? I had to stop that job real quick because most of their customer base, like their business model, was just taking advantage of people with dementia and Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
Like the training that I got wasn't about how to sell magazines; it was how to get around when people start talking about power of attorney.
Mm.
But like all you need to do is just get me to the point where I can coach them through giving us their credit card number. And I'm like, you people are dumb.
Yeah.
Well, my supervisor at that position not only had an arrest record, she literally had gotten out of jail 2 weeks previous for a violent felony.
Yeah. When I got out of college, this is like 2011, 2012, a lot of kids, and I was one of them, would get a letter from a company, I think they were called Vector, that sold kitchen knives door to door, and they were trying to hire kids straight out of college. I never worked for them because, that sounds awful. But people
Right.
who did basically said, your whole strategy that you're supposed to utilize, according to them, is make the customer feel sorry for you because you're a broke college graduate, rather than actually trying to sell the product based on its
Right.
merits.
It's not like Homer when he goes, shake hands with a slash co.
I
Oh my
yeah, I knew
god.
one guy who signed up for it and he realized what he was getting into, so he had to quit after like one day. He's like, I'm not fucking doing that.
Yeah, I've had a couple of jobs I've quit after one day because it was a complete shit show. Mostly in construction. Like you learn really quick what job is worth having and what job isn't when you work in construction.
Did you do front end or back end work? It was mostly front end, but honestly, over the years I was there, they let so many people go. I ended up having to kind of do elements of all different kinds of things. Um, because they would let people go and they're like, "Well, you're still here. You've been working on the project for years, so you know more than anybody else. So help." So
Yeah.
apparently this has gotten much
Like it
worse since
was
I left. I talked with my former supervisor
yeah.
the other day who still works at REI, and she basically said, I mean, we fired 30% of our people, but we still have the exact same amount of work, so everybody who's still here has to do way more work, and nobody's very happy about it.
Yeah, because workload's massively increased. A lot of their friends got laid off, and the important thing is that having more responsibility did not come with a subsequent increase in pay and benefits. So basically, they're
Then
getting
right.
paid less in terms of what they're being expected to do. No one's ever going to be happy in that kind of situation. I would not be surprised if a lot of people were also starting to quit instead of just waiting for the hammer to fall. That's the kind of thing. It makes you
Mm-hmm.
wonder how long the location's going to last before it goes belly up. Even if the company doesn't, they may close that branch down.
Well, I didn't work at a branch. I worked at the headquarters,
Oh,
to be
that's
clear.
even worse.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
company
it's
may actually
much
be.
worse. Well, I'll tell you, REI for like, I want to say more than a decade was always near the top of every best company to work for poll in America. Like they were very proud about that. Like we finished fourth in this year's Forbes magazine best companies to work for. We finished seventh. We finished this. We finished that. It was always really, really high. I don't think that's the case anymore. It sucks, man.
Yeah,
When
them's the breaks, you
there's
know.
economic hardship, outdoor expensive outdoor apparel is, I guess, the first thing people cut out of their budget. So I guess that, cynically can explain why when I worked at REI, we would have these yearly annual workshops about how black people and Hispanic people feel unwelcome in the outdoors. What can we do to make them feel more comfortable so they want to go fishing? Like, they were looking at the stats. It's like black people don't like to go fishing. They don't like to go hiking. How can we make them more comfortable in the outdoors? It's like, it's just not part of their culture. And, maybe now we know why we were having those meetings. It's because we need new customers because our customers are running out of money. We've milked the white people for all they will give us.
Yeah, that's generally the fucking death knell of a company's corporate strategy when they're like, okay, white people ran out of money. We need to get black customers around here. Like, oh my goodness.
Like white people don't like to go go to the barber shop and hang out for an afternoon. It's a cultural thing. Leave
Yeah.
leave it alone. It's fine. And
Sometimes you just got to take that shit on the chin.
and I know why they didn't do it because golfing is very bougie, but REI has never gotten into selling like golf equipment and golf stuff. Like I think that was a missed opportunity because it's very much an outdoor activity, but they just didn't want
Yeah,
to support it because it's bougie.
that definitely sounds like it to me. Because you may not like how bougie it is, but you go where the money is. Like the gas station that I worked at, we were one of the most successful gas stations in the county. And it's because we always were the first ones to carry different brands of energy drinks and beers. Craft beers and all this kind of stuff. And like a lot of the stuff, legitimately, it was bougie as shit. But as my boss was telling me, he's like, yeah, I know that it's bougie, but like, first of all, that's what drives business and gets foot traffic in here. Is like we're always going to sell gas because we're a gas station. We're always going to sell gas. But where we make money is, like we're doing okay. We make respectable profits selling gas, but that's not what's really keeping the people in the store employed. What's keeping the people in the store employed is selling snacks and drinks. So what do? You go where the money is. So if our city has like a shitload of barcades and craft breweries and like all this other bougie stuff, then we need to accept that this is a bougie town. So carry bougie shit. And lately, exactly like you're talking about, if you might sit there and say, well, golfing, I don't know. That's not really the clientele that we want to have. Okay, and yet you're so pressed for new customers that you're having big meetings about how do we get black people involved in the outdoors? Why don't they feel comfortable going outside? What the fuck kind of retarded question is that? Black people love having outdoor cookouts. Did you think about, having and instead of being just focused on outdoor activities of going hiking and fishing and camping and shit like that, why not also include all kinds of products for people who enjoy having outdoor cookouts and that kind of thing? When you have a big kickback, you're inviting generations of the family around. Here's stuff for that. And if people like going outside, there's a hell of a lot of overlap there, like you're saying. Outdoors equipment with golfing. Why would you not want to do that? Like you go where the money is and you understand that on at least a very simplistic level on account of the fact that you're trying to get a new customer base by having these meetings. How can we get black people and Hispanics more interested in going outside? Why not just ask yourself, Who's already going outside that we don't have as a customer? Yeah, that's just a fucking business model that's destined to fail. There's really no other way to look at it. The country says Dick's Sporting Goods used to be solid, not anymore. Well, I can tell you exactly why that happened. Is because Dick's used to sell firearms, and then they decided a number of years ago they were going to politically decide they weren't going to sell firearms anymore. That was a huge part of their business. Like, imagine if Nike sat there and said, you know what, we make a lot of sporting goods. We think we're doing okay. We don't want to support the politics of shoe wearers anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We're just not going to wear shoes, or we're not going to sell shoes at Nike anymore. It's like, that's a huge fucking part of your business. Are you stupid? Like, do you think jersey sales and fucking sweatbands are going to make up for the fact that, like, all this money you're losing from not selling shoes anymore? That'd be dumb.
When I was a kid, I remember there was a Sports Authority. That was the sporting goods store that I would go to a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't even think they exist anymore.
They do. They're still around. They were just hit really hard by the global financial collapse.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were a lot like Circuit City in terms of the Sports Authority was based in the mall, and it was just the demise of the American mall.
Mm-hmm.
It really led to a lot of those problems and companies going under.
Dude, these fucking countertops are yellow, so I can't see where the fucking dirt is.
Yeah, it's really tough. I completely agree with you. What I wish they would do is if they had like a custom color that you could choose to pick to change. Like, hey, instead of yellow, why not have it be the exact opposite looking color right now to more easily stand out? Have it be like blue.
Hey, you know who's really happy today? Abraham Lincoln.
Melania, because her husband's not dead. Oh,
Because now everyone's going to shut up about him being gay.
well, they're still making that weird movie about like some fucking. That's the funny thing is everyone talking about. Oh my God, was Abe Lincoln actually gay? But it's just like some fucking fan fiction that some guy wrote, and I'm all like, this fucking weirdo Jewish guy actually got the funding to make a fan fiction about what if Abe Lincoln was actually a homo.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the hell is wrong with people? Like, how do you like? What the fuck? How do you get the money for that sort of shit? That's just nuts. Okay, what's left? Grandfather clock face and fireplace logs and clocks 23 out of 24. Cake stand and bedroom windows 7 out of 8 and bed pillows 1 out of 2. I can get the window. It's around here somewhere.
Trump is so repulsive, even bullets don't want to get near him. Never before seen joke for John Oliver tonight.
I would not even be surprised. There
Clocks.
it is.
Dude, there are fucking clocks everywhere. What the hell? Kind of a
I know
fucking...
it was really difficult to see, but that's where it comes in handy. When you hit escape and you look at the stuff, when you click on an item, it highlights it in white so that you can
Mm-hmm.
see what didn't get cleaned.
Mm-hmm.
That is super clutch, big time. Jesus.
Vaxxed?
Oh, Trump actually got hit twice. However, he was only damaged once.
Huh.
The other shot appeared to have hit his vest.
Oh, really? Wow. Imagine.
However, there's no confirmation of that. Like, I'm not reading a news report saying that.
Mhm.
I'm just seeing speculation of people saying that because there's what appears to be a hole in his suit. But to be fair, it could also be blood spatter from him being hit in the ear.
Mhm.
Because when the Secret Service were covering him, the way that he was crouched down, they had him like folded up, so like the blood was dripping down his face. That's why when he gets up, you see the blood streaks on his cheek. He didn't get hit in the cheek, but that was blood coming from his ear, which got like half blown off, dripping down onto his face. But as it would drip off of his face, it would like land on him, on his clothes, basically. So that could have just been a dark part of like a blood spot. Could also be a bullet hole where he got shot in the vest. It's, nobody's sure. However, the UFC event is ongoing,
Mhm.
and Trump has not made an appearance, so it looks like it was just a rumor that he was going to go. Maybe he wanted to go, and security just like absolutely insisted that he doesn't. And there's also a non-zero chance that like his family managed to talk him out of it because he wanted to go. Like he was making a big deal about it. He's all like, "I'm going to show those fuckers that I'm not scared." But like, imagine you're Melania right now, like, probably like crying and begging him.
Mhm. Mhm. You know what they say? All penises. Come on, Luigi. So apparently, the shooter was a registered Republican and also donated to Act Blue. So maybe he did have some kind of schizophrenia. I don't know.
Oh, no, I can tell you what that is. Some states require you to be a registered member of the party in order to vote in their primary.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so you're
So,
saying he's a Nikki Haley voter?
yes, essentially, that he was the kind of person who was trying to stop Trump at any cost, so he registered as a Republican to vote in the primary. They try to vote against him
Mm-hmm.
because, like, he wouldn't need to vote in the primary to vote for Joe as the incumbent when no one was running against him. And it was still recent enough to where he probably either didn't care about changing it back or was still in the process of trying to do it, but then got the idea in his head that he was going to go fucking get himself killed. Plus, it makes even more sense, that he was MK Ultra'd if they try to have that kind of thing so they could have the plausible deniability. And see, this wasn't one of Joe's people. He was a registered Republican. That kind of shit.
Tucker Carlson is a registered Democrat because he lives in D.C., or at least he used to. Maybe he's not now. But he's like, that's the only way you're going to have any kind of impact whatsoever in DC. So better that than nothing at all. So there are some certainly unexpected reasons why you might have to register for the other party.
Right. Yeah, no one who's a registered Republican is going to donate to Hillary Clinton's group.
Mm-hmm.
Moving my laundry over, boss.
Okay. So,
Like I said, I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I still feel nauseous. And it's not because of the event, it's because of what I told you. I feel like war's on the fucking horizon, man. It makes me feel sick.
it occurs to me, like, I'm thinking about, like, this feels like the biggest thing to have happened since Kobe. And it's bigger than that. So I'm thinking to before Kobe, like what was the previous like biggest news event that just completely like
9/11.
made the world like yeah, this isn't as big as 9/11, but do we really have to go back that far? I'm thinking.
Well, I feel like the answer is yes, because again, it's the first time a president was shot in 40 years.
Yeah. Michael Jackson was a big deal in a way. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, Michael Jackson died of that was different. He died of a drug overdose. It feels very different when somebody almost gets their head blown off or gets their head blown off.
If you want to talk about worldwide news that's freaking people out, the last one that was this big would obviously be the invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah? I don't know. To me, I mean, again, worldwide sure, but for me, I look at that and I go that has nothing to do with me. I don't really
Right.
I can only pretend to care so much.
Right. I know what you mean. It doesn't really affect us. So that's why I brought up 9/11 because in terms of the way that like the entire country's talking about it and the way that it touched everybody, regardless of your opinion and feelings, yeah, it had to be 9/11.
And when you go back far enough, news just wasn't what it is now. Like if you go back to like I doubt that people had the same reaction to like the assassination of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand because it took probably days for that information to propagate out to the point where everybody knew about it.
And that was another thing too, is that the Austrian Empire was a multi-ethnic society, and that was during an era where every ethnicity believed that they deserved to have their own independent homeland nation state. So worldwide, a lot of people didn't really care because they were like, "Oh, well, that makes sense that the Serbians wanting, a Serbian state of their own and Serbian independence, while the Austrians were trying to control the Balkans, would eventually end up in the air to the Austrian imperial throne. Didn't pop. Makes sense. But it was everything after that. The mobilization, the promises of we'll go to war if our allies attacked. It was everything that happened in the week following, where suddenly everyone was like, "Oh shit!"
Mm-hmm. My grandmother remembered listening to the radio when they announced that FDR had died in office. And even then, it's like back then, like it is just not going to have the same impact, I feel like. It's not going to be the
Yeah.
same holy shit.
Right.
And in the case of FDR, he had been sick for so long, I feel like people knew it was coming.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is this is one of those moments where it's like, years from now, people are going to ask you, where were you when this happened? And that's why, I rushed to tell everybody as soon as I heard about it. And yeah, that was the last moment like this, was 9/11, in terms of where were you when.
Yeah. And I'm going to have to tell everybody that I was watching a Weeb movie.
Hey, to be fair, it's one of the best ones. It's not like you had to tell everybody that you're watching Shinji jerk it in the hospital room. Okay. But yeah, before 9/11, it was where were you when JFK got shot?
Mm-hmm.
And then plenty of other people also had, where were you when you heard that John Lennon got shot? Where were you when you heard that Reagan got shot? Before JFK, it was where were you when you heard that Pearl Harbor got bombed?
Mm-hmm. Where were you when the second Tesla had hit the World Trade Center?
Exactly.
Man, this thing's actually fucking big now that I get a chance to look at it. Goddamn.
Oh, I'll be back. I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich.
Okay. You know how a certain groups of people need to read another book? Just occurred to me that we could maybe try to take that back by making the Fred Weasley reference since he got shot in the ear. I don't know too good when something happens. And right now, when it comes to football stuff, nothing ever happens. Hashtag nothing ever happens. Yeah, it will. Local man is fucking invincible.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry for that delay.
No problem.
What do you think the shooter's reaction was like when he got to hell and he couldn't find Hitler anywhere? Why don't you cuss in your videos anymore? Because there's one word that he could say that would actually end his YouTube career. And if he can't say that, then none of the rest are worth saying. That word, of course, is tishi, which is Chinese for disappointed in the cooking of the duck meat.
Oh. Oh.
And I wish they let you wear outfits from everything, you know?
Hmm.
Like I wanna be the SpongeBob cleaner again.
Excuse me, teacher. I have a slur to say. Remember the old story? Andrew Jackson got shot twice, and the guy missed both times at point blank range. And Andrew Jackson pulled out his cane and started beating the crap out of him.
You mean that thing I just DM'd you?
Man, that does not look like Andrew Jackson. But yes.
Because it was an artist rendition. But yeah, they called him
Yeah.
Old Hickory for two reasons. The first is because in his military career, it was tough and hard, just like an old hickory tree. So to live up to the name, he started carrying a hickory fucking switch around with him, and that's what he used to beat the shit out of that guy with.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, it's the thing I sent you, one of the most batshit insane tweets that I've seen in this whole thing. This guy goes, this is just bizarre though. What kind of person who was apparently the target of an assassination attempt would stand up afterwards, start pumping their fist, and repeatedly yell, fight, fight, fight? That's so weird.
I have seen
Virus.
a lot of tweets like that.
Yeah, and there really it's just a fundamental disconnect because like a lot of people like that are first or second generation immigrants who didn't grow up, they don't have American ideals actually instilled in their DNA. It's like there's no fucking shot you would have been the kind of American that settled the frontier. Because you're a fucking giant gaping pussy and you just come to this country because other people worked hard to make it the best country on earth. So you come here to loot it. And while that's going on, you can't imagine ever caring about anything enough to have any kind of courage in the face of very personal danger. No concept of making a sacrifice. I mean, like, everyone's just lighting that dude up in the comments. I posted the Achilles picture, that's why no one will remember your name.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking at that exact tweet because I got a like notification on it. So as soon as you started saying that, one of the other comments was a person posting that the artist rendition of Andrew Jackson beating the shit out of that guy. His
Mm-hmm.
response was, what kind of person? A person with fire in their belly, that's who. My favorite is the Emperor Napoleon when he returned from his first exile, which led to the 100 Days. He was confronted by a French military patrol, and they were going to stop him because their orders were to place him under arrest and return him to his exile.
Mm-hmm.
But those orders came from the British puppet, the Bourbon king, who they had no loyalty to, because by this point the Bourbons hadn't been in charge of France for almost 30 years. So a lot of these guys weren't even alive the last time the Bourbons were kings. They didn't give a shit. And then here comes the Emperor Napoleon, and he says, soldiers, I am your emperor. If there is one of you here who would kill his emperor, here I am. And they stood right in front of them with their muskets leveled at him. Not a soul fired. He just walked forward, they turned and joined him, and he kept marching to Paris.
Depicted in the Ridley Scott movie, actually.
Which is nice to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Huge fucking balls moment. But it's because Napoleon actually didn't care if he lived or died in that moment. He was like, if you're going to shoot me, then fucking shoot me. But like, there's no way you can sit there and call yourself a Frenchman and want to shoot me. He was right.
CNN had a person on tonight saying that Trump saying fight, fight, fight is bringing in the kind of rhetoric that we don't need right now. I think she took it to be like promoting political violence. I don't know. I don't know how she got to that conclusion. It was weird.
Subhuman and Jewish. That's basically all it is. I've called a lot of people Jewish today, let me tell you. But if I make it through this week without getting my Twitter account finally banned for good, it'll be something of a miracle. But I don't know if you saw it, but Elon said he's fully endorsing Trump after that because
Yeah.
he's all like, all of this nonsense is just too much bullshit. Enough is enough.
Hmm. Well, it was announced yesterday that he's donating to Trump, so he was already kind of going all in.
Yeah, it was easy. It was easy to see it coming, but like, great opportunity to stink it up, you know.
I think Elon's net worth is like 200 billion. Like, if he really wants to get involved in American politics, he could be an absolute kingmaker that no one else can even touch.
That's what's funny about Trump's first term is that Elon tried working with him,
Hmm.
but the moment that they disagreed about one thing the first time, Elon just called it quits. I was like, "Are you stupid?"
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah, smart people in positions of great power like that know that you want to have a good relationship with the president no matter who it is. Like, just as an example, Bono. Now, this was pre-Trump. I don't think this is true anymore, but pre-Trump, Bono would try to have a good relationship with whoever the president was, so that way he could try to work with him on some of the things that he cared about. Another good example, Paul Allen donated a ton of money to Republicans and Democrats, so that way whoever won, he could have a lot of influence. That's just good business.
right? And I'm sure that's part of like why all this stuff is happening with regards to Elon is that he was
Mm-hmm.
very very normie pilled, but as soon as he bought Twitter, he went from being their hero to the next Hitler.
Mm-hmm.
So following the exact same trajectory as so many other people, he probably saw Trump in a brand new light.
Mm-hmm. God bless Citizens United.
Bigly.
So, are we going to get a
Also, God
redux?
bless John Moses Browning.
Are we going to get a redux on Colbert? Colbert's going to come out and say Trump got shot today, and then the crowd starts cheering, and he's like, "No, no, no! It's a bad thing. Stop cheering.
Yeah,
This is a
for real.
bad thing."
They gotta they gotta get their fucking programming fixed in real time. Like, oh shit. See, what I'm waiting for is the first late night host that has the fucking balls to make an Alec Baldwin
Hmm.
reference because, like, fucking, it was yesterday that Alec Baldwin had the charges dropped for literally shooting a woman in the face and killing her.
Hmm.
And, like, the day or 2 days after, Trump gets shot at.
Someone go see where he was, I
They're gonna be
guess.
like, yeah, they're gonna be like, oh man, next time we gotta send Alec Baldwin in because you'll know he'll get the job done. I'm like, I wonder who's gonna have the balls to do that.
Hmm. Yes, JS. The guy who shot at Trump today was a registered Republican, probably one of the many Democrats who registered as Republicans this year to vote for Nikki Haley, because he also
Yeah,
donated to Hillary Clinton's super PAC, Act Blue, previously. So he's probably one of the many Democrats who decided to support Nikki Haley in the primaries. So you have to register as a Republican when you do that.
yeah. Just check real quick.
That's actually what Nate Silver did in 2016. He registered as a Republican to vote for John Kasich.
Yes, in the state of Pennsylvania, you can only vote for the candidates in the same political party you have named in your voter registration.
Hmm.
A closed primary state.
Which is how I think all states should be. I think open primaries are fucking stupid, but
Yes, I do agree.
one day one of the political parties is going to end up nominating Hinkle McCringleberry because of that system, and there's nothing they'll be able to do about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that that guy was already president for 8 years, 2008 to 2016. Oh, I'm sorry. That guy was actually the first lady from. Big Mike's the one that's built like the fucking NFL player, not Obama.
Hmm. There were a couple people I saw on Twitter today who made a bet on Bosa to win NFL MVP this year after the shooting. It was pretty fucking funny.
One of my new favorite reaction images that I just sent you.
Did you see the Mr. Frog picture?
I literally saw it just now. Holy fuck! I'm facing Alan is killing me.
I mean, Mr. Frog is literally a Trump XP when you think about it. He's a former show business star and extremely rich celebrity turned politician. Like, he's literally like, there's no way they
And they
weren't
both
thinking about Trump.
and they both had a very very big moment on Jimmy Fallon.
Mm-hmm. Man, somebody's got to do that with AI. Make Trump say, probably working with all those filthy. So is my career back? You do know there's Trump TTS. Well, yeah, but they'd have to do the whole scene. They'd have to make the whole scene like he's talking to Jimmy Fallon. What was the hardest part of doing your show? Probably working with all those filthy. I'm Mr. Frog. This is my show. I eat the bug. I ate the bug. This is the end. I love you. Yeah, I actually watched The Apprentice a lot when I was younger, when it was first on. I thought it was a good show. And I remember it was a big part of pop culture at the time, and nobody talked about how they found Trump repulsive then, you know? It was just kind of a fun personality. Like, nobody talked about being repulsed by him until...
Yeah, it has everything to do with politics. Trump was mentioned a lot in the 80s and popular media, movies and TV shows. One of my favorite examples, like everybody knows about the Home Alone cameo, but in Die Hard 3, a black woman says that she wants to marry Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a throwaway line in the movie because somebody's like, "Oh my God, something unbelievable is happening," but you got to believe me. And she's like, "And I want to marry Donald Trump, but don't make it reality."
You know, I've seen Die Hard 3 a couple times. I don't remember that. I need to rewatch that. It's been a minute. I
But
like that
again,
movie.
it's a throwaway line. Like it's not a fucking barn burner. You know, it's not yippee ki yay, motherfucker. Just very few people are gonna remember it. But it's one of those things where it stands out a lot more in retrospect. So people are like, oh my God, does anyone else think Trump is so racist? Oh my God. Yo, is there like an actual ladder on this map?
I feel like I've seen it. I'm on
Oh,
the...
maybe it's on the top because I didn't even realize that that was a thing up there. I'm gonna climb.
I don't.
The structure.
I don't see one.
I feel like Pim's sister's boyfriend, where I'm just like holding it in, and then all of a sudden I just puke everywhere. Oh God, I'm sorry, everyone.
I like how they actually gave him enough characterization to give the indication that despite how he looks, he's actually probably a pretty nice guy.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of that in Smiling Friends. They have these characters with very small roles, but they still feel like people. They still feel like real characters.
Like shrimp.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's not quite the same thing because it's a caricature, but Squiggly Miggly, he's on screen for 3 seconds, and you can tell he's supposed to be Bernie Sanders because of his look, the way he moves his arms, the way his face looks. Like, that's obviously Bernie Sanders.
Yeah, and it's difficult to pick up on this, but that one time that the boss was talking with the other guys for some business advice,
Mm-hmm.
and one of the characters resembled Ronald Reagan, and he introduced himself as Ronald Reagan. That was actually Ronald Reagan. I swear it. I swear to God, it makes sense if you just watch Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what that peanut or that fellow over there is saying, but I believe that you should just watch Rick and Morty, and it'll all make sense. In fact, you need to have a very high IQ to understand Rick and Morty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never saw Die Hard 5 either. I did hear that one was really bad. That was the one where Jai Courtney played John
Yeah,
McClane's son. I never saw that
yeah.
one.
The last Die Hard movie I saw was Live Free or Die Hard.
Which I actually think Live Free or Die Hard is pretty good, as long as you don't care about the ridiculous techno babble, which is brain dead.
Well, what's funny is that the technobabble wasn't the complaint when it came out as much as the fact that they wanted to reach a wider audience, so they made the movie PG-13.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to censor a lot of stuff that they would have let go in other Die Hard films. So people said it was a baby, like dumbed down, sanitized version of Die Hard. I'm like, it's not bad, guys. But yeah, what kills it for me, like watching it now, is like the elite hacker guy that John's working with to fight the bad guys,
Justin Long.
carrying carrying around the fucking like the cloth keyboard that can be rolled up into like a burrito,
Oh, yeah.
and then he just whips that thing out of his pocket like it's his gun anytime they come up to a computer so that he could just plug in right away. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Like, that's the dumbest looking shit I've ever seen.
Yeah. It continually surprises me how many multi-million dollar Hollywood productions do not get experts in certain fields to proofread scripts and be like, no,
Yeah.
that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, the climactic hand of poker in Rounders is played incorrectly. The rules are broken on the climactic hand of Rounders.
But you don't pick up on that because even if you're a huge fan of poker who knows that the rules are being broken,
Mm-hmm.
you're far more outraged by the awful attempt at a Russian accent that John Malkovich is providing.
Yes, but that makes the movie better because it's really fucking stupid and funny.
Exactly.
Well,
Um, Having not watched Rounders in 10 years, what happened that was fucked up?
the order is wrong. Pre-flop, Matt Damon raises and Malkovich calls, which means that Malkovich should go first on the flop, turn, and river because that's how heads-up poker works. But for the entire hand, Matt Damon goes first.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That definitely sounds like the kind of mistake that they'd make.
Yeah, they also technically, not that it's that big of a deal, break the rules on the final hand of Casino Royale. Because Bond was the final aggressor when he raises all in, he should have to show his hand first. But they make the Asian guy show his hand first because Bond has the straight flush and they don't want to reveal it until the end of the scene. The final aggressor is the first to show. When I get a to-go order, I usually tip a couple bucks. I don't think about it in terms of like percentages. It's just like, okay, what's convenient for me to leave here? Because like, what are we doing
Yeah.
here? If I'm tipping 20% for a sit-down meal, and I'm thinking about the work that they did to serve me this meal compared to what it would be if I was sitting down in the restaurant, it's very, very small. So what, 5% at most?
Yeah. When you said what's convenient, the first thing I thought of is in The Sopranos. There's an episode where Christopher is being punished by Paulie, and Paulie is forcing Christopher to pay for stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Christopher feels like he's being fucked, and he's like, just because I'm the new guy here, because Christopher had very newly been made into a made man. So Polly is like, now that you're really part of the Brotherhood now, kid, you know, these are how things are going to go. So like he makes Christopher pay, but that's the thing is that in their family at least, every guy who is the newest made member is the guy that pays. And Christopher, you know, he made a lot of really stupid decisions and stupid things that he did, and that's like over the whole series and everything. But he thought that Polly was just fucking with him and trying to take advantage and see if he was a bitch or not. So he decides that he was going to screw Polly over to get back at him. So Polly's obviously very not happy about it because it puts Polly in a bad position where he wanted Christopher to pay, and Christopher says that he's unable to. So because they're with Tony and Tony's business partners, Polly has to pay because Christopher just said that he can't. They're not going to make the boss pay. That'll get you killed. And they also can't make the boss look like his most trusted men are paupers in front of his business associates. So Paulie has to pay. Christopher knows that. So Paulie's furious. So he decides to punish Christopher by going out to dinner with just Christopher, and he's going to make Christopher pay. So what Paulie does is he starts sending bottles of extremely expensive Cristal champagne to every woman in the restaurant. And he disguises it as saying it's called having class. You should try it sometime, kid. But it's obvious what he's doing is he's just punishing Christopher for humiliating him earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So they go to pay the bill, and the bill is $1,184. So Christopher leaves $1,200 in there.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking $16 is a tip for almost $1,200 as a bill. Because the restaurant wasn't doing a mandatory gratuity or anything like that.
Right.
So they go into the parking lot and they're still arguing. And the waiter comes out there with the bill and he says, "Did I do something wrong to piss you guys off? What the hell? Where's the tip?" And Christopher says there's $1,200 in there. And the guy's like, a $16 tip on almost $1,200 worth of service? Are you insane? So, because he's talking to mobsters, they're, you know, starting to get pissed at him. And they're all like, "Why don't you go back inside before you get hurt?" And he's all like, "I hate rich pricks like you, always treating us like trash. You fucking assholes." And then they do the classic Jersey, "Oh!" And Christopher, who's pissed off, he picks up a fucking brick that's on the ground. And he throws it at the guy's head. It causes him to have a seizure, and he doesn't stop because he's got like brain damage. He needs to get immediate medical attention or he's going to die.
Mm-hmm.
But because they're fucking mobsters, they just shoot the guy because they don't want, you know, his seizure making noise. They don't want to be discovered and all that. So it's definitely one of those moments of, you know, it as the showmaker's trying to show, yeah, they may live this glamorous life, but remember that these guys are murdering monsters. And this is how it actually ends up going, is that innocent people around them become their victims and all that kind of other horrible shit. But I just always think about that anytime I think about bad tipping, because I'm like, man, that's because that's something that makes sense in the mindset of bad tippers. Is they're like, oh, well, I'll just round up. Okay, $16 in the tip. The $16 sounds like a great tip, but then you're like, okay, rich fancy restaurant, $1,200 bill, and you're gonna tip $16. That's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
that's how people think. They're like, oh, I'll just round up to the nearest complete dollar.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not nowhere near good enough.
Yeah, again, that might be what I do when I'm doing to go.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not
but
gonna
sit
blame you
down.
for that because like there's a huge difference between door dashing and getting a $1,200 bill because you're ordering expensive wines and sending them to complete strangers. But yeah, whenever I get a delivery order, because I know the fees are so massive, and because I door dashed for years, um, I know that all of it sucks and shit. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking just tip like $2.
Right.
But I also try to only order from places that are really close to me. That'll take like less than 10 minutes of drive.
Ronnie is 0 for 12 from 3 so far.
Oh my god! In this game or from the summer league
In
as
the
a whole?
Summer League as a whole.
Okay. So I was gonna be like, if he went 0 for 12 from 3 in a single game, then you gotta like put the kid down. Like
6 for
he's
26 from the
already.
field overall, man. See, that means he's 6 for 14 from 2. So that's not terrible. Just only take twos, kid. It's okay. I gotta be honest, I kind of had a feeling that something bad was going to happen today. I was reading about John Wilkes Booth earlier today, in fact. Did you see the clip I just sent you on Twitter?
I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think in that clip he says, I hate Republicans. So even though he was registered as one, he wasn't one. So.
Hmm.
That is why no one will remember your name. Yeah, I'm looking at so many tweets right now that are like, oh, this has to be staged. The Secret Service let him stand up and go fight, fight, fight after the shooting. They would only do that if they knew there was no more danger. They cannot comprehend the male mind.
Yeah, unironically. Not only that, but like I was trying to tell people, I'm all like, every single Secret Service agent has an earpiece. Trump, when you watch the footage, Trump was down being covered by the Secret Service. They were shielding him
Mm-hmm.
for like 2 or 3 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That is more than enough time because they instantly reacted. They shot the guy almost as soon as he started shooting. They know exactly where he is. They report his location. Somebody goes up there. They're hauling ass up there because they're making sure that they got him and that there's no more danger. So as soon as they can see that he's a fucking corpse now, they just say, "Okay, clear." So then they do a quick check all around. They make sure there's no one else who's shooting from anywhere. They've secured the area. So then you've got the earpiece, and the all clear start ringing out. They say, "Okay, get the president to safety." That's when they stand him up. Like
Mm-hmm.
there are so many fucking people who you can tell are brain dead functionally because they're bringing up the stupidest fucking things to try to say that this is staged or that it's fake or stuff like that. Like, oh my god, what's wrong with Trump? Who does this kind of thing or that kind of thing? It's like, what the hell is? You listen to the shit that they're saying today, and you're like, I don't even understand how we're the same species, let alone the same alleged culture. Then you remember that that's the point. This country is not the country that it used to be. The spirit of the frontiersman is gone. The spirit of American exceptionalism is gone. Most of these pieces of shit are first or second generation immigrants who just came here to loot the place. They have no loyalty to it or any concept of anything. And they're letting a bunch of women and low testosterone males come in with fucking retarded takes. Oh my god, can you guys believe that someone had this thing called courage once? Like, I mean, imagine you're a beloved political figure and that something like that just happened. Like, I fucking saw the shit that was happening in real time. My mom was watching and she was freaking out. She was sobbing. You could hear her from like our neighbors were knocking on the door, like, oh my god, what happened? What's going on? Like my mom was dry heaving because, she was so frightened and upset and confused and all this other shit. And all of that stopped when Trump stood up and he raised his fist in defiance. He was letting the crowd know that he's okay because people wanted to know that he was okay. Especially because he knows how the fake news operates. Like, of course they're gonna, like, if he didn't do that and, like, they wheeled him out of there on a stretcher, you'd hear so many fake reports of Trump is gone as he passed away en route to a hospital or some shit like that. There's just so many brain dead takes that you're hearing right now that don't even pass the sniff test. It's like, if you thought about this for 5 seconds, you'd have got your answer, and instead you decided to make a complete ass of yourself.
Yeah, that's bullshit, JS. They should at least order the old prices at that point.
What?
I ordered 3 large pizzas from a local spot, and on the website the price said $55. I order online and go pick up, and they said they were old prices, so it was 76. And then they wanted a tip on top, so I tipped nothing.
Yeah, that's complete bullshit. I would have said, I ordered this off of your website, and they told me that this was the price. If you're charging me more now, I don't want to pay that. You're under no obligation to pay that. Because if they were trying to be like, well, that's theft because we already made the blah, 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 then you just be like, okay, go ahead and call the police and bring them over here, and I will show them on the website where your price is listed differently online than it is here in the store.
Yeah.
Because the business is not supposed to do that kind of thing. What they should have been is said, oh, if you still want it, well, we have to charge you these prices because of the price and everything. We apologize for the misunderstanding. For now, we will give you the discount and allow you to pay at the old price. But no, from now on, that is the blah blah blah, like to try to retain your future business. But if they say shit like that, they don't care about you as a customer, so they don't care about them as a business. Tell them, you know what? Fuck it. I ain't that hungry, and then just leave. You're under no obligation to pay.
Yeah, they can't do anything with those pizzas. They're worthless to them, in
Right.
all likelihood. Like, I remember there would be some people, I don't know if this still works, but I remember reading stuff online about how some people would go to Subway, order a sandwich, and then pretend they forgot their wallet. Because Subways can either give you the sandwich or just throw it away. It's not like anybody is going to come in the next few minutes and want that exact sandwich. And sometimes they just give it to
Right.
the customer. Now, I don't know if that still works, but there were people
I
who would.
think it would depend on the location
Mhm.
and also the person doing it. If a hot girl did that and there was a guy working there, I'm sure he'd fall for it and just give her the sandwich for free.
Mhm.
Whoa, do you see that?
See,
That always been there?
see what?
Come over where I am and look up. Do you see that fucking giant cat looking down at us?
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh man, look at that.
Like, holy shit, has that been there the whole time?
That's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. They really went high effort on this. But anyway, yeah, if it was a hot girl and there was a guy working there, I wouldn't be surprised if you fell for it and let her go. But like, if you're like homeless and you're doing that kind of thing, then people would take pity on you and probably give it to you. But if you were like a scumbag fucking tweaker and you tried doing that shit, they'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here, bro."
Hello,
Or
human
like if you
resources.
right, or like if you were a complete douchebag who fucking drove in and like double parked in a handicap zone, in a fucking Mercedes, and then you try pulling that shit, they'd be like, "Nice try, faggot. Get out of here."
Isn't Whole Foods like the super expensive supermarket? Isn't that like the bougie supermarket that rich people go to?
Yes.
I remember there was one episode of the Caleb Hammer podcast where he had a black woman on who was in terrible financial straits, and then she said she shopped at Whole Foods, and he's like, not anymore. Not a day in your fucking life you don't. Not anymore.
Right.
HEB has the exact same food for half the price. So that makes sense that they would do that. Are you going to play Age of Mythology Retold? Isn't Age of Mythology like a Age of Empires spinoff or something?
Yes, it's a very ancient RTS. They're doing a remaster slash remake thing.
That could be fun. I never played
It
Age of
could be.
Empires 2.
It could be, but the problem I have, are you on the tower right now?
I'm on top of it, yeah. Well, you can take
Okay,
it
that
now. I just
explains it.
jumped off it. I'm on.
Yeah, because I was like, for some reason, it won't let me pick it up. But anyway, yeah, it could be like an enjoyable game and everything, but I don't think it's going to be very successful because RTSs don't. People just don't make them. I don't even want to sit there and say that they're not successful anymore these days because Total War is an RTS and they're making plenty of fucking money. Like Warhammer 3 is on the Steam all-time consecutive user list. Like I think it's in the top 20. They make money. It's just that companies don't want to make them anymore. They're probably too difficult. But a remaster of an old game, I'm not sure if that's a good idea because I don't even know how good the Warcraft 3 remaster did when Blizzard did that.
My brother liked Age of Empires 2 when he was younger, but I never really played it. I was a StarCraft player. That was my favorite.
I played Battle for Middle Earth. That was fun.
Yeah, I gotta check out this new Moist Critical clip. Apparently, he met Logan Paul in real life and like basically folded when he's been calling Logan Paul a piece of shit for like almost a decade now on his
That makes
videos.
sense. That makes sense because Logan Paul is he's a professional wrestler now. I didn't even know that.
Mm-hmm. He said Prime was great. Does he mean the drink? I actually don't mind Prime the drink. I think the drink is pretty good. But
Yes, I agree.
I like Prime. But if Moist has been calling Logan Paul a piece of shit for years, he shouldn't just like immediately back off. Although I will say, Moist Critical is literally like 5'4", and he's really skinny, so he probably would get his ass kicked if he ever got into like a physical confrontation. So he's probably right to like play it safe because Logan Paul is a boxer.
And again, yeah, professional wrestling too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Jake Paul's the boxer and Logan Paul's in pro wrestling. Let me check.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Logan Paul is a professional wrestler. And Jake Paul is the boxer. You know, it actually feels amazing to know that at the very least, there's one person who began to believe in Jesus Christ today.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it was way too late for him, and he's in hell now. But I'm sure that as he's being raped by the devil, he is very aware that Jesus Christ is real, and probably should have had a change of heart before he decided to do this retarded thing.
I wonder if we're going to see all like political rally type events be extra fortified security wise. It'll be like pre 9/11 versus post 9/11 airports or something.
That's the thing. They're supposed to be. And yet this one was intentionally bad. That's why so many people are talking about the Secret Service and all that being complicit, because they've been trying to strip Trump of his Secret Service protection for months, saying that if he gets convicted, he doesn't deserve it. So like if I'm RFK now, I'm like, holy fuck. Okay, so one guy's actively getting shot at. The other dude's facing calls to step down, and like I wouldn't be surprised if he got shot at either because of how vitriolic people are right now. My dad was literally fucking capped in a political hit. Stop with this shit and fucking give me a Secret Service detail. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
If I was RFK, I'd be raising hell over this. I'd be like, I think the only person more pissed off over Trump getting shot at is Melania.
Or
I'm the second most pissed off person that Trump got shot at.
or go sit in the basement for a while, and maybe when you come out, they'll both be shot, and you're just going to be president by default.
Yeah, for real.
RFK with his VP Aaron Rodgers.
Crudely based.
Nothing ever happens. The nothing ever
And
happens
nothing.
people in ruins.
Absolute shambles.
Orange Man. I must retire to Reddit to reaffirm my belief that Orange Man is bad. So pre 9/11 airports, mind you, we are similar age. I just can't remember what flying was like back then, but did we used to just walk through the airport straight to our gate and show them our ticket
Yes.
there?
Yes.
Like was there no
Not
checkpoints to
not
take your shoes off and stand? Yes, you didn't have to take your shoes off.
right, that's
And I
correct.
think you could go right up to the plane, like from the outside, like you could actually
Yes.
go down on the tarmac.
That's correct. Like if you watch movies from the 90s, they do that kind of shit all the time. Like you said, they didn't require that you take your shoes off. There's a ton of shit that you could bring onto the plane that you can't bring on now.
Mm-hmm.
The TSA didn't exist, so obviously they wouldn't be molesting you. And it's not just that you, the person getting on the plane, could do those kinds of things. Anybody could.
Mm-hmm.
So usually when someone would go fly and their family was seeing them off at the airport, they would literally go all the fucking way with them.
All right.
But yeah, when you were talking about Orange Man and all that stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were going to talk about how Biden is like copying Trump by doing all these other things to become more like Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all like that's how Biden's going to win. He's going to get shot too, so he's going to go do a fucking rally in Baltimore or some shit.
Okay.
I'm going to give a speech in Chicago.
I need to go run upstairs real quick. I'll be right back.
No problem.
All right, I am back.
What the fuck? Oh, we're tiny now.
Oh, cool. It's like that part in Psychonauts when you're on the board playing battle.
Yes, which is itself an Alice in Wonderland reference.
Mm-hmm. SpongeBob SquarePants wins favorite animated TV show at the 2024 Kids' Choice Awards for the 16th time, including 9th time in a row. Why do they even have the award anymore?
A great question. I heard what was probably like the stupidest fucking thing ever. The other day on the sound system at work, the fucking playlist that they use for whatever music comes out was like some fucking rap song that was about SpongeBob.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, why not just play Whiz Crab Leafa Ravioli Ravioli Give Me the Formuoli?
Yeah, that's like the hardest song imaginable.
Check this out.
I wonder what the shooter's family is going to end up being like his parents and shit. Hmm. So, Darkside Phil, who generally tries to stay apolitical but is thinking about branching into politics in the next few years because he's run out of content that he can do, so he's trying to come up with shit to throw at the wall. Decided to cancel his video game stream tonight to talk about the Trump shooting because he knew that everyone in his chat was going to be talking about it nonstop no matter what. So he
Right.
figured instead of streaming Stardew Valley, he would just have a Q&A session to talk about it. And I have no fucking idea how this guy is going to do like political streams in the future because his whole strategy is to sit on the fence on everything. That's all he does.
Works for Tim Pool.
Like, he is the most boring fence sitter imaginable on every political issue. And I think, like, sitting on the fence is just going to piss everybody off, and nobody's going to want to watch you. I don't. Like, you will be much better if you're openly partisan. At least some people are going to want to listen to what you have to say. I feel like moderates are just like, There was that one meme that somebody posted on Twitter a long time ago that was like, a moderate, a Republican, and a Democrat are hanging out. The moderate shits his pants. The Republican is like, oh, you, dude, you just shit your pants. And the Democrat says, yeah, that's disgusting, man. Your pants are full of shit. And then the moderate goes, both sides are mad at me, so I must be doing something right.
Yeah, and that's exactly the thing. It's like you have an ability to take like a centrist position around like economic policy
Mm-hmm.
and things that aren't really moral decisions, but you can't take a middle ground policy on something that is a moral issue.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, fence sitting works for Tim Pool, so
Mm-hmm.
he could still make money from doing it. It's just doubt anybody would really be interested.
Yeah, it's like, remember the TikTok girl before Hawktua who said the N-word and refused to
Yes.
apologize for it? She eventually
Yeah.
made a video discussing like actual politics, not just saying the N-word. And all of her political takes are like the most centrist, normie bullshit imaginable. And everyone immediately forgot about her because that's really fucking boring.
Right. And it became very obvious that she was just involved in the whole thing to grift.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she got a sponsorship from what's that one coffee company, Black Rifle?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's a bad signal too for if you're not a grifter and you're trying to look out for grifters. Black Rifle is like the #1 sponsor of grifters.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? Seriously?
Who's the starting lineup for right wing grifters? Milo Yiannopoulos would be on the team, I think.
Yeah, he's definitely up there. Pretty
Uh,
much anytime you see a woman that becomes viral ever for being right wing.
mhm. Let me think here. This might be controversial, but I think Mike Cernovich, because what he does is he takes every position possible on every issue. And then when one side gets proven right, he's like, hey, I said this years ago. I'm right. I'm always right. It's like, no, you just take every position imaginable on everything. Jordan Peterson, yeah, maybe. I don't know very much about Jordan Peterson. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about Ann Coulter. I don't think she's a grifter. I just think she's like kind of insane. I think she. I mean, I think that her issue is probably that she just believes too deeply in her one single issue to the point where she kind of just goes off the deep end if there's even a slight deviation from that. I mean, Elon was left wing until very recently, JS is the thing. Like, he was a socialist until the last few years. I'm pretty positive he voted for Hillary and Biden. I think he said that Maya Flores was the first time in his life he voted for a Republican back in 2022. Lernold.
NPR correspondent at the rally just now. Tweets from 7 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Many on the crowd turned on the press, turned around and shouted, "This is your fault. You did this."
I mean, there is some validity to that.
It's like genuinely the most realistic scene in that Civil War movie was when the group of journalists were being threatened with death by that one guy who was like actually an American.
Yeah.
Very obviously fighting for the good guys.
Because if the
It's
things
just
they
like,
say are true, then trying to kill Donald Trump is actually a virtuous thing. That's the thing that these people are having a hard time accepting. Like, for instance, for you, if there was a politician who was running on a platform of everybody whose online nickname is Snacks is going to be killed, then you should try to kill him before he can take power.
absolutely. I'd be like, it's fucking. Let's go. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. I'd be like, let's fucking do this. Yeah, absolutely. You know, if you're being threatened with slavery and death, there's really only the one way to go. And like this one guy I follow on Twitter has been saying for years, he was like the media is setting the stage for the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. And it's like, well, there it fucking goes. And then you immediately look at the way that the media responds to this whole thing, and it's like it gets even fucking more obvious and despicable. And that's what it is with like all of this shit. So yeah, you know, if there really was a boogaloo and we were thunderdoming it up right now as we speak, if they had been successful and they had gotten them, I guarantee you, anybody who worked as a journalist who did not leave the United States within the next 3 years will have been killed. You very, very, very obviously make yourself an enemy, then you can't be surprised when people treat you that way.
A mostly peaceful assassination.
Exactly. Like I made a joke in the fucking video where the guy was like, yeah, you know, I told him that if we saw someone going up there, they just didn't do anything. It's like, yeah, fucking. Somebody was like, I'm pretty sure the Secret Service asked him for a source. It's like the fucking CNN, they're like, your claims of a crazed gunman getting onto the roof has been debunked. Bang, bang. Uh-oh, breaking news. Shooty but mostly peaceful protest at Trump rally. Dude, sewing is awesome. Wait a minute. Raping? What's all this? Oh no.
I'm seeing so many tweets now. Trump and Biden should do a joint presser in the coming days, or they should go play miniature golf together to try to unite the country. And I'm like, bro, just stop.
Dude, unite shit. If half the country is complaining that the guy missed, there's no fucking uniting
Mm-hmm.
shit. The only way you settle like this I don't know if you fought with your brother when you were growing up.
Not really.
Well, a lot of siblings do.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it's like, okay, the only real way to settle this is to just fight and like let them solve it amongst themselves. It's like that's pretty much where this is getting to, you know. Like there's such a humongous disconnect with the people who live in this country in the way that they see reality and the way that they approach life. It's like the fuck, you know, it's almost so far gone that there's no ability to actually meet on a common ground anymore and have a discourse to solve things.
Like, you know that if
Like the point.
Biden and Trump played against each other in a miniature golf match, most of Biden's supporters would be furious that he's normalizing Trump. Like, they're still pissed at
Yeah,
Jimmy Fallon for grabbing Trump's hair.
right. Man, I can't wait for the Trump memoirs where he writes about this day.
How about the movie?
Who would even play him in a movie? It would have to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime.
Alec Baldwin.
Like, Jesus. I don't know where you are, but I'm on what is called the pink table, and I'm just trying to clean this whole thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm over on the other side. We'll meet in the middle. Mm-hmm. What did you guys think would happen if he killed Trump? Well, we wouldn't be streaming right now.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say this, but if the guy actually succeeded, you wouldn't have any electricity right now. The power grid in the entire country would be down. The only thing you'd hear would be the sounds of rolling gunfire and intermittent explosions outside.
I can't wait for the Foxford about this. Chunk Yogurt was on Twitter today saying, like, you fucking idiot, you just gave him the greatest picture in American history.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, I forgot I was going to mention this. Let me tell you something. You know that this is going to be like an artifact someday, like damn near religious icon almost. The hat Trump was wearing when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna be like, dude, that's fucking. I can't wait until the day when I can visit the Trump Presidential Library and see that hat.
Oh yeah, right guy. Anybody who says that guy is a bad shot is a fucking idiot. Like that guy's actually a very good shot. That was a
Yeah,
very
absolute mongoloid.
yeah.
Right. Let me tell you, Rye Guy, about the difficulty what was going on. I'm sure you've seen by now the pictures of like you can see the freeze frame of the bullet as it whizzed past Trump's ear. Or at least the picture is alleging that that's what it was. But that's the thing is that where he was hit, regardless if that picture's real or not, where he was hit, the shooter from a distance of 300 yards away had the elevation perfect. He had the bullet drop perfect. He had the accounting for the wind perfect. It was a beautiful fucking shot. But Trump turned his head at literally the last possible second, so the guy missed. People saying that he's a bad shot are insanely retarded because if he was a bad shot, then Trump wouldn't have even known he was being shot at. He just would have heard the Secret Service guy go off, and he's like, "What the fuck was that?" Then the rally would have continued.
Mm-hmm. You know, that's actually one element of this VP choice that matters. Assassination insurance.
Yeah,
Like that's why they couldn't assassinate Trump when he was president the first time, because that would turn America into a theocratic nightmare, which to a lot of liberals would be worse than what it was with Trump.
right. Turning fruits into vegetables.
Mm-hmm. So, in light of that, should he pick Nicholas Fuentes as his VP?
I was literally just about to say, I'm like, he should pick fucking Nick Fuentes, absolutely. Get the Groypers on his side and be like, hey, if you want to shoot Trump, fucking go right ahead. And you hand the country right into the hands of a man who literally wants the National Socialist, uh, only white country. Deport anybody darker than fucking Brian Gumble.
Have you heard any notable liberals or Dem politicians publicly say that they wish he didn't miss? There was one congressman in Colorado who said something like the last thing this country needs right now is sympathy for the devil, but not what you're talking about, no. And that's my thing. If you actually believe that Donald Trump is like an existential threat to America and that he's going to kill all minorities and kill all LGBT and whatever else that a lot of these people seem to believe, then you should have wanted him to die today. So if you're somebody who says that stuff and you're now like, oh, Godspeed, Mr. President, it's like, that doesn't really make any sense. That's not consistent. Which is it? And I think, it's like that thing I was talking about last week. where several Democrat politicians have come out and said, "Oh, we know Trump's going to win. We know he's going to win, and we're fine with it." And then I think it was Ezra Klein was asking them like, "Well, what about the threat to democracy? What about the existential threat to the country?" And they're like, "Oh, we don't actually think that. We don't actually believe any of that."
Yeah.
Because the talking point is if he wins this year, you'll never have another election again. Like he'll be appointed dictator for life like Pinochet. And when they're put in this situation, they're like, "Oh, we don't actually believe that. We'll have another election in 4 years, of course." Because, what happens at the end of that Civil War movie is the president gets executed. They invade the White House and they just shoot him. And I think because he had just won a third term. So basically they were like, this guy's gone, this guy's not obeying the Constitution, so we're just going to execute him. I mean, they didn't even take him prisoner, they just shot him. So, and they felt justified in doing that because of what he was doing. Not that he necessarily said anything wrong, but it really is an incredibly weak performance in Biden's press conference tonight. Like, there's no oomph to it. Like, I remember watching, Bush's first press conference right after 9/11. Like, you could tell that was a moment. That was like, you could feel the energy coming off of that.
Regardless of what you feel about the guy and how he was as president,
Mm-hmm.
when he threw the first pitch at the World Series right after 9/11,
Mm-hmm.
that was one of the greatest moments of the decade.
Yeah.
That was pure America and was really one of the best moments of his entire presidency.
Mm-hmm. I think it was the best. It was all downhill
Absolutely.
from there. That's the thing. Like,
For
you
real.
remember the Bill Maher video where he's like, "Oh, Bush wasn't really that bad. I shouldn't have been so hard on him." It's like, no, no, Bush actually was kind of that bad. No, you were right the first time. He was pretty bad.
Right. And you're only saying that he's not because you're like, I desperately need people to validate me
Mm-hmm.
and treat me like I'm serious. So that this time when I say the exact same slop that I've been saying for decades about anybody with an R next to their name,
Mm-hmm.
take me serious because this time it's different. Oh my gosh. This time, totally different. It's like, how stupid do you think the Goyim are, Billy Boy?
Now, I don't think George Bush is a racist, and if you were beating that drum, then yeah, okay, you should probably step back from that. There's not much reason to believe that, but regardless. I mean, I could see Donald Trump being killed, making him a martyr. I just don't know who picks up the torch from that point. Like who who is the guy who spearheads that? I don't know who. Because whatever you think about him, I think pretty much everybody agrees. There's nobody else like him. Like he is,
Yeah.
and you know, in some ways that's not even a positive thing necessarily. I'm saying it, but he is one of one. He's like Charles Barkley. You know, you'll never see another 6'4" player be one of the greatest rebounders in NBA history.
For my money, what I would say is that that kind of a conflict, if it happened, because again, obviously, if he actually got popped today, we'd be in a war right now.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of conflict would actually bring about the end of representative democracy in the United States. The entire experiment would fail and crash and burn in that moment. So as a result, who would carry the torch, I believe, would be his children,
Mm-hmm.
rallying probably around Barron. Um, the greatest martyr of all in the whole situation would actually be Melania, who would be like the spiritual widow of the entire country. And it would just be, whoever strong men and capable military leaders would actually bring about victory, kind of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the Kaiserreich mod that I like for Hearts of Iron 4, the premise is that you have two extremely divisive American political figures, one on the far left, one on the far right, who run in the 1936 election. And you can choose who wins the election, but if either one of those guys wins instead of one of the other candidates, because it's like the Democrats and the Republicans create a national unity ticket where they come together to try to unite the two parties to handle these upstarts, the Socialist Party and the far right America First Party. So if either one of the socialist guy or the fascist guy ends up winning, then what happens is that General MacArthur seizes control of Washington D.C. and orders the arrest of whoever it was that guy won the election who became president.
Mm-hmm.
Launches a coup, but the coup is unsuccessful. So what ends up happening is that the lines are drawn in the sand. You've got the loser of the election, whichever far left or far right guy was who didn't win. He forms his own faction wherever in the country he is. The guy who did win the election gets a buff for being the rightful president. He forms his own faction. Then the Pacific States of America, they form a faction because they're actually trying to fight for democracy. And then the United States, the Federalist faction, is controlled by MacArthur, who turned himself into a dictator who was conducting a special military operation to ensure the stability of the country instead of having it being taken over by extremists.
My
And you get the
democracy.
right. And if the Federalists end up winning the war, then you have a special event where you can decide what to do from there. Either MacArthur can return control back to the people and reestablish representative democracy in America, or he can make himself dictator for life. And it's an event that's called Caesar or Cincinnatus, because Cincinnatus in Roman history uh, was given the control and power that Caesar was, and Cincinnatus used it to fight off the enemy. And as soon as they were all gone, he handed power right back to the Senate, and then he fucked off and retired back to his farm for the rest of his days. But he could have held on to power if he wanted to, and that's what Caesar ended up doing, and we know how that went.
Mm-hmm.
In that kind of situation, that's what I see happening. Like, rallying around a Trump's family because of their own status as martyrs, even though they hadn't been the ones who'd been killed. Their patriarch was. Like I said, Melania being like the spiritual widow of the country. And then some talented and capable military general, maybe General Flynn, because of his own alliance and closeness with the Trumps, says, all right, I'm going to take over the show here. And there you go. But yeah, obviously it would be a very bad thing for people living here.
Boogaloo.
Large Eskimo real estate. A big igloo. Oh, I want to dance with somebody.
You missed. Okay, good. There are a bunch of ladders. Here we go.
Yeah, they're all over the place.
A day like today made me think, imagine if like modern internet culture, like particularly like Twitter and Reddit were around during 9/11. Imagine the fucking memes. Like I know we probably retroactively seen the most of the memes that would have been posted, but like immediately today, you could go on Twitter and the memes were just popping off. So I'm thinking about how it would have been during 9/11. It's like goddamn. Like I think there was one you sent me like Bronny must have been the shooter or something.
Right.
Going 0 for 5 or whatever.
1 for 8. Just as bad. But I'll tell you who really was made into a martyr today was that poor person who went to the rally who got killed.
Yeah.
And then there's 2 other audience members that are in critical condition and they may not make it.
Not good.
Like those names will join Ashley Babbitt's as being people who literally died just to take the country back because these fucking people are monsters. Something tells me one of the first things Trump will do when he takes office again is posthumously give whoever that was the presidential member Medal of Freedom.
Mm-mm. Like, maybe the first bit of internet culture that we really got along this line was, I remember during Hurricane Katrina. There was a website, I think it's still active, ytmnd.com. There were so
Yes, it is
many
still active.
there were so many like super edgy fucking memes about Hurricane Katrina on that site. Getting really hard to argue against Trump being protected by God right now.
For real. Especially after he turned his head at the last second. That's why he fucking survived.
Because the bullet is subsonic, right? He would not hear it before it hit him.
Supersonic.
Yeah,
Yes.
supersonic, I meant. What did I say?
Subsonic.
Oh.
Oh, look, you can see the cats on the chair now. I don't know if you can follow my streams. Sleeping on the top of the chair.
Oh, I see. Oh, yeah, you're right.
Those of you who don't own cats, I can confirm the cats actually do that. They do sleep.
Man eats food. Yeah, they've been worse than the Dodgers over the last 25 games. And
With the Marlins.
the Dodgers have been like shit, man. What is going on with the Dodgers? I know they have a lot of pitcher injuries, but that is not an intimidating team in the slightest right now. Which does go to show you that
Actually,
money doesn't fix everything, I guess, but yeah. Kershaw's almost back. So that'll help.
as hell yes trending.
So we're going to learn exactly how much politics has changed over the last 40 years. Because 40 years ago, when Reagan got shot, his approval rating jumped 22 points instantly.
Shit, Razor already has a video out.
Not surprising. I'm a big fan of Razor on Twitter. His videos, I don't know. I don't like his videos as much as his tweets. For some reason. The way he makes videos, I don't know. It's a little tough for me. Sometimes it's a little bit. There's something about it that is a little off putting to me.
Yeah, nobody's perfect all the time.
Mm-hmm. Man, it is really, really fucking hard to get these people to realize that the election is decided by about 100,000 independent-leaning voters in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. They How many election cycles do we have to go through before they figure that out?
Yeah.
And yes, those 100,000 people might really be willing to make their decision because the guy got shot and responded well.
Holy shit. Remember how I told you that it was until the final game of June before the Marlins finally won their 30th game?
Yeah.
They've won 2 games since then. July's half over, and they're 32-63.
Going for that #1 overall pick, baby.
Reminder that when they finished May with the second best record in the division over the month of May,
Mm-hmm.
they were 21-37. They've won 11 games since then and lost 26.
Mm-hmm. Come here. I'm over on the blue table when you get a second.
All right, stand by.
Mm-hmm.
The Dodgers are still the first in their division.
Yeah, but they've been like a mediocre team for like the last month plus.
Doesn't surprise me. The Diamondbacks and the Padres are both tied at 7 games back.
Yeah, the Dodgers
Let
started out
me
so
see.
hot that they can survive it.
Let's see where everything falls apart for them.
Mm-mm.
It doesn't feel like things have fallen apart for them. Just over the last 10 games, they're 3-10. Okay, over their last 12, they're 3. No, sorry, over the last.
Because my For You tab on X is filled with Dodgers fans bitching about how mediocre the team is. I feel like it's been like a month where they've been mediocre.
Um, Before this weaker stretch started, was at the end of June. On June 26th, they finished a 4-game win streak. They were 51-31. Since then, they've gone 5-9, which I guess for the Dodgers is bad.
Mm-hmm.
But like, they're still amazing, and they should still win their division. Anyway, let me check real quick what you said about where you're at.
It's over here on the blue table.
All right.
I almost forgot to do one of these for the DLC.
Are you a homosexual? It's pretty good.
Tomorrow feels like an absolute must win. If we lose tomorrow, then the vibes are going to be so bad going into the All-Star break, it's going to be tough to even give a shit. And it's going to be hard to justify making a trade to be trade deadline buyers. Like, it's... I mean, this is bad, like, how lifeless these performances are. And one of the best players in the league.
Fags want to make some fucking political statement. Why can't they just set them on fire like that other guy did?
I think Sticks and Hammer just woke up half an hour ago or something, based on his Twitter.
What's up?
I think Sticks and Hammer just woke up a half hour ago, based on his Twitter.
Oh shit, I gotta fucking see that.
I could be wrong, but a half hour ago he tweeted out, "Oh shit."
Yeah, 31 minutes ago is the first. Yeah, you're exactly right. His last tweet's 9 hours ago, and then, dude, he went to sleep like right before all his shit. Then he 31 minutes ago. Holy shit.
I mean, my movie started probably like right before it happened. Straight up.
This is a real fucking American right here. This is part of the Trump supporters turned around and started shitting on the press, blaming them for this. This guy fucking flashed the finger. And a lot of people didn't understand what was happening when the guy flipped off the camera. If they were watching the whole thing live, they're like, what the fuck? Bro, tomorrow's Sunday. Trump is going to get so many prayers.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Hmm. Nick Castellaneto's hit a home run today.
What?
Nick Castellaneto's hit a home run today.
That guy's got to stop hitting home runs.
I think he had a walk-off the day that God, what was it? There was one day a couple months ago that was like a really big day, and he hit a walk-off. Um, but there are people who actually keep track of this stuff, like the Castellaneto's home runs, and he continues to do it.
I think there's really only the one thing to say at this point. Absolute fucking mad lad. He's a legend. Goku was a Super Saiyan. Goku, give me my shorts.
Candle bra. Yeah, just like everybody else on this team, Big Country. It's like the longer they're on this fucking team, the more they start doing things incorrectly. And we fired all the fucking hitting coaches. It's really. I do not know how to explain this anymore.
Maybe ask the teacher for permission to say a slur.
I wonder if that would help. If you have the opportunity to save a person's life, but for some reason, in order to do it, you have to say the N word very loudly, what is the morally correct thing to do?
Yeah, wasn't that ChatGPT? It was all confused.
No racism within 10 feet of this door.
You know, we were talking earlier about who would play Trump in the movie about today.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I was thinking about it for a while, and then I just realized, wait a minute. They would obviously pick Denzel. Like, I'm not going to cast a white man to play a white man historical figure anymore. I remember one time, like 10 years ago, I was playing Madden. I think it was Madden 15.
Mm-hmm.
And I was doing like the GM mode or the owner mode or whatever
Mm-hmm.
as the Jets. And I moved the team to London.
I didn't know you could
And
move them
they actually,
overseas.
yeah, you can actually, when you, like, do you want to move the team? They give you a lot of different locations that are in other countries, like London, Mexico City, somewhere in Germany. Um, so I moved them to London, and it was funny because they had like a lot of media, sports talking heads would say stuff about what's going on in the league on the Madden feed. When I announced that I was moving the team from New York to London, Skip Bayless was like, "Why the fuck would you move the team out of New York? Are you retarded?" And he was like going off. He was all mad. I immediately thought of fucking Steinbrenner. He's like trying to move the team to New Jersey just to make people mad. And I'm like, this owner trying to move the team to a whole other fucking country. Which, you know, would be justified. Like, seriously, who the fuck is a Jets fan?
Mm-mm.
Thank God Trump's okay. And this is like guaranteed that he's going to win the election. Because not only does that spell excellent things for the economy, but we might actually get the Gorilla Channel back. I'm tired of having to settle for BET. As Castellanos hits a homer to deep right.
Man, what do you think Castellanos is going to do on election day in November? Is he going to hit for the
He's
cycle or
probably
something?
for real. Like he's gonna ball up his fucking ballot and then fucking hit a home run, sending that shit into the Dropbox, and then like 3 million ballot dumps will land in there, all signed for Trump. Oh god.
Yeah, Haniger needs to be benched permanently at this point. He's unplayable. Robles should just be the guy. This isn't
Send him
hard
that thing.
anymore. What was that?
I said send him down to single A. Take him to Detroit.
E toilet.
No, not Detroit, anything but that. Hardaway Jr. traded to the Pistons after failing in the NBA Finals 2024 colorized.
The hell, Tyrone? You let the angel escape.
Fried chicken, my favorite. Thousands of years ago in the future.
Thick, fragrant bush.
Exactly. I don't know about you, but I've actually seen Grok be like downgraded in terms of writing smut.
Really?
There's like a lot of stuff he used to write that he just won't now.
Huh.
Alright, I'm not sure if I finished the pink table, like everything that was on it or not. Hopefully I did. I've been saying it throughout the night, and I'm going to say it again because we're getting pretty close to bedtime.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight because, like, I feel that I'm tired, but at the same time, I still feel like that nauseating feeling in your gut where you know that you're not going to sleep any kind of decent.
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. If you got to take Adderall to go to work tomorrow, then so be it.
Uh, if I didn't mind missing the day's pay, I could easily just not show up because I've already taken PTO for Monday. I just gave myself a 4-day weekend,
Mm.
which just would end up being completely fucking unintentional because holy shit. But like,
Tomorrow should be made a national. Oh, wait, it's a Sunday. That wouldn't work.
the
The world is different. Well, that was one way to get Biden's old age out of the news cycle, I guess. Nobody's going to be talking about that now.
I love how they released the announcement that Biden's campaign pulled his TV ads. And I'm
Yeah,
all like, dude, it'd be so awesome if they just like straight up fucking like, well, after that, there's just nothing we could do. It's fucking over.
yeah. I think everybody understands not kicking somebody when they're down. Like, I don't know if you watched the entire debate, but I think you could kind of tell that once Trump realized that Biden was coming across like an incompetent, incoherent old man, he did ease up on him because it wouldn't look good if he was beating up on somebody who was acting like they were 120 years old. I do
Right.
think there was a thing where he was like, okay, I can't go for the jugular here.
As ironically, his prey is already bleeding out and just flopping around.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, let me just take a knee and run out the clock. Like, don't shoot. Let him burn.
And Biden after the debate, Trump barely said anything for 2 weeks because he didn't need to, and he didn't need to beat up on this old senile man. The rest of the world is doing it for him.
I just truly can't even understand the people who are like, oh my god, what kind of person stands up in defiance and stands tall and raises their fist like a man? I can't believe that.
It says
Dude, if I was
something.
ever in that kind of situation, I could only hope to have that level of courage and composure. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm. Nate Silver sent out one tweet today after the attempt, and it just said, "Some of you people really shouldn't be tweeting right now." And then he just left it at that.
Definitely accurate.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to disagree with him. And you know, this is like a perfect opportunity to just sit there and yet again just be like, you know, all they had to do was just fucking sit down, shut up, and let the economy be amazing. And a couple of weeks from now, he'd be leaving office and not be able to be president again because of the term limits. And
Mm-hmm.
he would just ride off into the sunset as one of America's greatest presidents, and then they just get to work on fucking everything up like they have been for the last 4 years. But things would go back to normal because, just like you said a while ago, there'll never be anybody else like Trump. That was all they had to do, and instead they went in this direction. They hit us with the 3 a.m. ballot dumps and the water pipes bursting and the boards of plywood going up over the counting room windows. Which eventually got us here, and it's like, you know, you guys.
Well, again, it's one of those things where it's like the longer you wait to take your medicine, the worse it tastes.
Yeah.
Okay, what remains here? Unironically check the news. Doesn't matter what channel.
I mean, I had to say it because I didn't know when I'd ever have another opportunity to say it when it was completely justified like that.
I mean, we might have another one on January 6th next year, if we're being honest.
For real. That I'm honestly expecting that.
Although at that point, everyone's already going to be watching the news because it will be kind of anticipated, so
Yeah.
it won't quite hit the same. Cracked teacup handles.
Thick, fragrant handle. I see it.
Mhm.
Because they mean the handles on the teacups themselves.
Hey,
There we
Natty
go.
Light, how you doing? All right, we did it. Yeah, see, the cat shows up like midway through the map. It was
Yeah,
not there for a
I just saw
second.
it.
Yeah. Okay, there is one more
Don't
map.
don't go forward yet. There's some writing.
Okay. Thank you, Natty.
Okay, did you say there was another map?
Yes, there is one more map. Do you have time to do it tonight?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right. Well, there's at least one more map. There could be another one, but I'd assume that they have 5 maps for both DLC packs. Common sense. I have a brain. You remember the one of the original Trump memes, local man is fucking invincible?
Yes, I've been thinking about that one a lot today.
Yeah, we need to bring that one back. DSP now comparing the person who shot Donald Trump to DSP trolls. He does this a lot. Like, one thing the DSP did that he'll never live down, even though in the grand scheme of things, the grand scheme of things, it's pretty innocuous. The day that Kobe died, he was doing a Knights of the Old Republic playthrough, and his save got corrupted, and he ended up losing like an hour or something worth of gameplay because his save got lost. And he said something like, "Oh man, first Kobe dies, and now I lose my Knights of the Old Republic save. What else can go wrong today?" And like people roasted him pretty hard for that because it's really pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Like it's really not that hard to say the right things in the wake of some kind of a tragedy, but it's just like, man,
Do you remember? Do you remember how GPLA would always say like a bunch of really sus shit about kids, but
mm-hmm,
he'd always be like, "No, no, you don't understand. It's okay because." Well, and like he was talking about Kobe's daughter when she was like 4 at the time. He's like,
yeah.
"Oh man, she's gonna be such a hot girl when she's 18." And people are like, "What the fuck?" It's like, "No, you don't understand. I'm talking about waiting 14 years for her to be legal." I can just imagine DSP being like, "Man, this is first Kobe's daughter dies before he turned 18, and now this."
Uh,
Oh Jesus!
oh
All right,
my
did you
god.
close your session?
No, no, I'm still in here. Oh shit, you got
Okay, then
kicked out?
I got booted out then. Yeah.
All right. Should I reinvite you or are you going to come back in?
No, it's you never have to invite me. You just have to make sure that the thing's open
Mm-hmm.
for me to drop in.
Mm-hmm. Man, the heyday of legit will never be topped. Those guys were so fucking funny. Like those guys were so much better than the Goon Squad, who I really did not like that much. Like the Goon Squad was never that funny to me for some reason.
It legit was a lot funnier than the Goon Squad. I thought the Goon Squad was fucking hilarious,
Mm-hmm.
but it was the team of Mini X's, Mr. Redfield, and Bond. When it was only Mr. Redfield who was posting, it was terrible.
Yeah, I thought the Knicks fans were funnier than the Goon Squad, honestly. Like Cyperaz and fucking I can't remember the names of all of them. I think one of them was called like Saint Seiya or something.
Oh yeah. Um, he went by Saint Seiya originally, then he got banned or something, so then he came back and he just went with SSX. So a lot of people called him that.
Okay. Yeah, the fucking I remember Cyperaz. He was hilarious. I remember one time he posted a topic in 20 it was like 2015 or something. It was like, "Does anybody else hate it when you win the championship in 2K and then you have to watch Obama take pictures with your team?" And then the
That
post
was fucking.
And then the post was like, I can't wait for the next 2K when Jeb Bush or somebody is taking pictures with you.
Oh man, the best part was when Trump won, so 2K, instead of putting him in there, they legitimately just stopped doing that part of the game. Oh man,
Mm-hmm.
what a sour bunch of bitches.
If it had been Jeb Bush, do you think they would have put him in the game?
Yes, because while they would have called Jeb all the same names as they call every single Republican ever,
Mm-hmm.
they wouldn't have been like, he's a threat to democracy.
And he was the guy who made the world would be better if Rose was dead topic, which I still think is legendary.
Yeah, fucking hysterical. It was great seeing all the Bulls fans like fucking all outraged and shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, after the shit you guys said about LeBron over the last couple of years, shut the fuck up and take your medicine.
Mm-hmm. M. Bison,
Man.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I remember when RTC kept posting the M. Bison Yes video to reaction is for injury news.
Mm-hmm.
So then he ended up getting suspended. So from then on, he just had to say M. Bison. Then everybody started doing that when someone got injured. They just say M. Bison. And another one for Adidas Island. Oh, man. That's the good shit, man, is that Nike makes the best shoes and Adidas makes the best jerseys. So when Adidas makes shoes, people get injured. And when Nike makes jerseys, people vomit.
Mm-hmm. Man, I miss the Prime MBAB days. Those are so fun.
Big is this hellhole map? It's not that big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found the cat again. This time he's just fucking floating.
Whoa. Fucking awesome.
How much you want to bet you finish the map, and then like the queen statue comes to life and says off with her head or something?
Mm-hmm. Let's get it. You know how, like, in other countries, political assassinations have become extremely common, like what happened in Mexico last year?
Yeah, where the crazy Jewish lady won because she was the last candidate standing after 34 other candidates got popped.
If, thinking about it, we're not that far away from it being like that here. I'm starting to feel like I feel like we're crossing the Rubicon to get to the point where we are going to have things like that. We are going to have, like, the president send all their political opponents to prison every time they win. Feels like
Yeah,
we're almost there.
yeah. Because once you get there, there's no going back. Like I talk about it, it's one of the most important lessons of Roman history. Sulla, who was the first guy to do this, he called them proscriptions,
Mm-hmm.
PRO, and then scriptions.
Mm-hmm.
And when you prescribe somebody, what that was is declaring you a traitor to the state,
Mm-hmm.
which did two things. It meant that you no longer had personal property and that your personal property was the property of the state. And it also meant that you, as an individual, were now free to murder because you're an enemy of the state. But there's two things going on here that are really important is that you can either kill yourself, which is considered honorable, in which case your family is left alone, or if you try to resist what they were going to do, your family was fair game. So the citizenry themselves would be the ones to take you out because it didn't need to be any patriotic fervor. They'd just be like, holy shit, if I'm the first one there and I get to kill him, not only will I be a hero, but I get to loot as much as I can carry before the legionaries show up. And it became a highly commonplace tactic used in Roman politics from there on, where when you would win a very contentious uh, political conflict, you would prescribe your enemy. Because then it would not only solidify your own rule, but you'd also be able to use the riches that you got to pay back any debts that you accrued to fight the battle in the first place. Augustus Caesar probably used it better than anybody else because he did it to get back at literally every single person who was associated in any way whatsoever with Julius Caesar's assassination. And nobody opposed him in the Senate, even though many of them were the guys who actually did it because they knew that if they did, then their families were fucked. But that's the whole point of the story, is that once Sulla did it for the first time, it became a standard tactic that everybody used.
Yeah.
Once you do it, there's no turning back. There's no putting the genie back in the lamp.
Yeah. Like that comment on Nate Silver's blog that I've been talking about a lot lately about how, basically they were talking about the election and what he said. This particular commenter said, like, do you guys have any idea how bad an idea it was for Trump to be indicted and charged with felonies like this? Like, it has nothing to do with right or wrong. It has everything to do with crossing that Rubicon and making it so that from now on, every single person who ever gets elected president is going to feel empowered to go after their enemies using the legal system.
Right.
Like, and the example he used was like Obama said, if elected, I'm going to charge George W. Bush with war crimes, and he never did it. probably because he realized, wait a minute, if I do that, it's
They're gonna come after me for war crimes once I'm out of office.
yeah, exactly. He's like, I can't cross that Rubicon. I mean, Trump
Yep,
never even tried to throw Hillary in jail when that was like one of his big campaign promises. For the same reason,
exactly.
probably.
He decided to He decided to just let bygones be bygones, and fucking Bill even came to the fucking inauguration. I can't remember if Hillary did or
She
not. I
did.
think that was just too.
She
Okay.
did.
Well,
Yeah.
she even fucking went. So like, exactly like you said. So then they started doing that shit to Trump, and then like now this, and it's like you guys realized you spent 8 years calling him Hitler, and you're actually gonna fucking get Hitler out of this, and then you're gonna be like, you see, we tried to tell you the whole time. It's like this is a fucking monster of your own creation. Which makes sense because many people in the government are Jewish. This is like the exact fucking outline of the Jewish fable about the golem, where Jewish guy, I don't know if he was like a shaman or whatever, but he creates this golem that he uses to fight his battles for him and to protect him. But the golem turns on him in a highly expected and highly predictable way. And the moral of the story is you have to be careful what you create, because there's no telling if what you have created will come back to bite you and be used against you
Mm-hmm.
and be the foundation of your destruction. And if you arrogantly set the stage for precisely that kind of thing to happen,
Mm-hmm.
probably the thing that God loves the most in all the world when dealing with humans is to make sure that people are hoisted by their own petard. It's like you were the one who is responsible for having created this situation. Now you fucking deal with it. You reap those rewards. The consequences of my own actions. Who could have seen this coming? So, like journalists are freaking out because they're like, oh my God, if Trump wins, he's going to put me in jail. And it's all like, well, yeah, you literally tried to have him killed. What'd you think was going to happen? But what's funny is that in the 2000s and the 2010s, Navy SEALs were like worshipped in this country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's turned out, a lot's been revealed, that a lot of the stuff that they claimed over the last 20 years that the SEALs did was total and complete bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like a great example. You know that movie Lone Survivor?
Is that the Mark Wahlberg movie?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's it was quote unquote based upon a true story called Operation Red Wing, where a Navy SEAL group in Afghanistan came upon and fought over 200 Taliban fighters or some shit. And the whole SEAL squad was killed except for the one lone survivor, Marcus Luttrell, who, shared the story of what happened and everything. And it was a really highly successful book, and then it became a movie, and it was like a great story about American patriotism and all this sort of shit. Um, Lieutenant Mike Murphy, who was the officer in charge of the squad, was posthumously given the Medal of Honor
Right.
and stuff. Well, Marcus Luttrell, within the last couple of years, finally decided to come clean, where he didn't write the book and the entire story was fake bullshit because they really needed a big propaganda win for the folks back home with how the war was going.
Mm-hmm.
What actually happened was that the SEALs came upon not by 200 Taliban fighters, but like a dozen.
Mm.
And Marcus Luttrell, instead of fighting, this was his first taste of combat
Mhm.
ever, like actual no bullshit combat. Marcus Luttrell was discovered by the guys in the army who rescued him. He told them where to find their equipment, so they went back to the area, and his weapons were still there, fully loaded. He hadn't fired a single round. He literally dropped his gun and ran when the Taliban started shooting at him. But what's worse is that they asked him, did any members of your squad survive? And he said, no, I'm the only survivor. Later on, they would sweep the area a few weeks later, and they would find the body of one of his squad members that when they tested him and did exams and the autopsy and everything, it was revealed that he died 2 days previously. And he was located exactly at the rendezvous point that the SEAL team had set up before they had gone in. So they knew where to find him. They were going to check that area, but Marcus lied because he was terrified and he was a coward and he wanted to go home.
Mm-hmm.
So that guy who absolutely could have made it home alive instead was killed. And upon hearing the real story of everything that happened, this was actually a huge, devastating loss for the United States military.
Mm-hmm.
With how many special forces guys that they had who just got fucking like they literally got pantsed by the Taliban. It was humiliating. So Marcus, who should have been tried on any number of different UCMJ violations, instead they decided, okay, we want you to tell a fake story. And that fake story is going to be what we tell the press and tell the people back home, because we need a big propaganda victory for how this war is going with the people back home. So someone ghost wrote that book for him. He just signed his name on it. And then they turned it into a Mark Wahlberg movie. But the entire thing was complete and total horseshit. Yeah, he was doing like a tell-all interview thing on Joe Rogan like a year or two ago. So that's what I mean. Is like, you know, the SEALs used to be heroes to people over the last 20 years, but like more and more of the stuff coming out. You know, like the American Sniper. I think Chris Kyle was his name or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chris Kyle.
During yeah, during Katrina, he would just shoot people and claim that they were looters, but like he was having a great old time. So if he just saw anybody, he would just shoot them. He'd be like, "Yeah, it was a looter." And they're like, "Are you sure? They weren't doing anything." And he's like, "I'm a Navy SEAL, bro. Who are they gonna believe?" He was literally just having fun, just like murdering innocent people, and that's how he ended up getting killed. Is that one of the people that he shot, their relative fucking tracked him down. So as he's getting drunk at a bar one day, they just fucking capped him in the parking lot when he came out. They don't want to tell you that part because it makes the whole fucking story sound bad. So then they come up with some horseshit other explanation for why it all happened.
Dude, check this ratio.
That is insanely based. You gotta love that. I like that a lot. Yeah, I got some good use out of my Toy Story video today too, doing the exact same thing. But yeah, so like the SEALs were heroes over the last 20 years when we were fighting this big war, but they're not anymore because, you know, it's coming out that a lot of the guys who were, you know, who had become heroes and were being hero worshipped by the police or the people at home, it turns out that they were actually complete huge pieces of shit. And the whole reason that I went on this whole tangent and said this whole thing is just to say that guy, the Secret Service agent who shot the fucking guy who shot at Trump, that's an American hero. That's the guy that they should make a fucking movie about. Right there.
They probably will. I mean, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about, not that I know the names of any famous Secret Service agents. Like, I couldn't tell you who protected Reagan when he was getting shot by Hinckley. I couldn't tell you who, protected Bush when that guy threw his shoes at him.
Right.
But that shoe thing is just kind of a meme. Honestly, it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's not like today.
That show I really like, Quantum Leap.
Mm-hmm.
There was a 3-part episode where Sam leapt into Lee Harvey Oswald, and the belief was that Sam was there to stop the assassination of JFK. But there was something had gone wrong with the leap, and Lee Harvey Oswald's personality was too strong, and he was fucking with Sam's ability to change the future in a good way. So finally, at the end of the whole series, he wasn't able to stop Lee from taking the shot. But what he ended up doing is that because as it turns out, God is the one who's leaping him around and everything. So there's like a divine intervention controlling where he's going and all this. So God leaps him into a nearby Secret Service agent, and then they just show the footage from the Zapruder film of the Secret Service agent after JFK has been shot jumping onto the car to protect the First Lady. And Sam, afterwards, he's he's still the Secret Service agent. He's talking to Al, and he's like, "Al, I failed. The president still died. This is terrible." And Al's like, "No, Sam, actually, you did a great job. And the original timeline, the First Lady was killed too."
Hmm.
And it's just like a schmaltzy thing for a TV show, but that's what that Secret Service agent actually did. He was too late to help JFK, and like everybody knew that because they watched his fucking head explode on fucking live right in front of them. But he jumped onto the limousine anyway to protect the First Lady. I mean, you're sitting there and you're talking about like what you were saying earlier about Secret Service agents. I don't know how they could, like your job is to be a meat shield and to take a
Mm-hmm.
bullet for the president. Now, Trump is an extremely likable guy by people who actually interact with him and know him.
Mm-hmm.
The Secret Service love him, whereas historically, being assigned to Hillary Clinton is considered a punishment in the Secret Service,
Mm-hmm.
and they send you there if you're being punished, they assign you to the Hillary Clinton detail. And they only assign single men to the Joe Biden detail when he was vice president because Joe Biden had groped so many of the Secret Service members' girlfriends and wives that he very nearly ended up, because he got drunk one time, he very nearly ended up being shot by a Secret Service agent because of how pissed he was at what Biden did to the guy's wife. But they're like, okay, we're just going to make sure that the detail's only made up of single guys from now on.
Mm-hmm. That's
So
really
this doesn't
fucking
happen
bad.
again. Yes, yes, it is. And yet, this is one of the things that the journalists won't talk about. And when they run cover for Joe, and they're like, "Come on, he's just an old man who's got a cold," and it's like he's a fucking degenerate, fucking pervert. He has been for decades. He's one of the least likable people in the entire history of American politics, and the only reason that he took office is because you fucking cheated. Like 81 million votes for this piece of shit. Yeah, right.
I just
So
sent you
anyway,
another
people
tweet,
love
by the
Trump and
way.
everything. I'll check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people love Trump and everything. So it's easy to see why somebody who's a Secret Service agent would be willing to take a bullet for him. But, and this is the whole reason I say all this, is because can you imagine anybody taking a bullet for Hillary? In that same situation, they'd be like fucking Willy Wonka when he was like, no, stop, please. Don't.
I mean, the thing is, like, there are certainly many dangerous professions out there, like being a firefighter. But when you're a firefighter, your job is not to throw yourself into the fire and die from being set on fire. Your job is to try to put it out. Like, your job
And
is
to help
never to
people who are
die.
in the path of the,
Yeah,
yeah, help people who are in danger from the fire and smoke.
yeah. But as a Secret Service agent, sometimes your job is literally get shot so that the president doesn't. That's pretty
But
tough.
that is one thing though, is that the president wears a concealed body armor, and the Secret Service is wearing much heavier and far more
Mhm.
protective armor. So it's not like they're telling people to just go in there and just like let them use your meat. No, they're like you're better armored and protected. So hopefully they're shooting you instead. It's not like, well, it's your job to die. It's like, well, yes, they would prefer that the agent is shot instead of the president, but the hope is that the agent is wearing more protection than the president.
Mhm. Several years ago, there was this movie that came out. I can't remember what it was called, but it took place in I think, a prison space station. A space station that was a prison. It starred Guy Pearce and I think Maggie Grace. And there's one scene where
There's
Maggie Grace is playing the first daughter. She's the president's daughter, and she and a Secret Service agent are trapped in this room that has like a minute worth of oxygen, and there are two of them in there. So it's really like 30 seconds worth of oxygen. So the Secret Service guy immediately pulls out his gun and kills himself. So she has longer to live to try to figure out a way to get out.
that's insanely stupid.
I
What he
know.
would actually do is hold his breath because
Hmm.
the oxygen that would be used from the gunshot uh would also lower the fucking count.
It was a very
It's
stupid
like, and
movie.
now you also have a fucking dead body. Right? Yeah, it sounds stupid. That's
Hmm.
traditional Guy Pearce stuff. He's in a lot of flop. But yeah, that's pretty funny. Yeah, no one would actually do that kind of a thing. Like he could have just held his breath because it's like if we're just gonna die in like a minute anyway, anybody who's physically fit should be able to hold their breath for at least a minute. And if you can't, I'm sorry to tell you, but you're not physically fit.
Hmm.
But yeah, like a trained athlete, like a trained swimmer, should be able to hold their breath for up to 5 minutes.
Okay, it was called Lockout.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the names of that kind of stuff because, like I was gonna say when you were talking about, it, I'm like, there's actually quite a lot of movies that take place in prison in space.
Hmm.
It's a really popular concept because, like, it's a really simple trope idea. Because since it's a prison movie, it's obviously about how to escape.
Hmm.
But how do you escape from a prison that's in space? There's no air outside of space, so how would you deal with the vacuum and just nothingness out there?
Yeah. A lot of those kind of schlocky movies depict really interesting prisons, like fucking Face Off with the prison with magnetic boots.
All right. That's one thing I love about Nicolas Cage movies is that somehow they always fucking manage to put the title of the movie in there.
Hmm.
Like I remember this one that had Nicolas Cage and Gary Sinise in it. I really like Gary Sinise. It
Hmm.
was called Snake Eyes. And the reason it was called Snake Eyes is because at the climax of the film, when Nicolas Cage defeats Gary Sinise, who's the antagonist, he says, "It's over." Character's name. You got Snake Eyes. It came up short. That's literally the only reason it's called Snake Eyes. Like they're not professional gamblers or anything. It was just for that fucking moment, which is hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Con Air makes much more sense than that. So yeah, I feel you.
On Air was like the perfect schlock movie because it had John Malkovich in it. That was really a good idea. Also, Dave Chappelle's motion picture debut.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite lines in a fucking movie ever. Is when Dave Chappelle's character he's hiding the stuff in his stomach to help start the escape, but it's making his breath stink. So they're checking everybody's mouth to see if they have anything concealed in there. So Dave Chappelle's character opens his mouth and fucking lead guard is like, "Oh boy, it smells like somebody shit in your mouth." Dave Chappelle's like, "He told me he loved me."
I still don't believe that Nicolas Cage would have his entire body registered as a lethal weapon, though. That's a really weird plot device
Uh,
that movies use.
yeah, that is total and complete bullshit.
Like, there's that one flashback scene from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with Jet Li. No, I'm sorry, not Jet Li, Bruce Lee.
Was
And
that the Quentin Tarantino movie with Brad
yes,
Pitt in it?
yes,
Okay, I have to tell you that if you're going to explain this scene, you need to explain it to a guy who didn't see the movie,
okay.
because the only footage from that film that I've seen is the scene where Brad Pitt's character picks up one of the Manson girls and she offers to like fuck him, but he's like, I'm reasonably sure that you're underage. So
Yeah,
he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna go to prison. That's the only scene that
right.
I've seen.
Okay, well, basically, there's a flashback where Brad Pitt is working as a stuntman on The Green Hornet, which was the Bruce Lee TV show back in the 60s, I think. And he goes onto the set, and Bruce Lee is bragging about how that if he got in a fight with Muhammad Ali, he'd beat the shit out of him. And Brad Pitt's like, no, the fuck you wouldn't. Muhammad Ali would beat the shit out of you. And then they start kind of going at each other. And then Bruce Lee says, I'd love to teach you a lesson, but my hands are registered as lethal weapons. So if I kill you, I go to jail. And Brad Pitt's like, anybody kills anybody, they go to jail. It's called manslaughter. It's not that it's not that interesting a concept. My hands are registered as lethal weapons. So if I
Yeah,
were to
like
kill you, I go to jail.
I thought the premise of that whole thing was that like you were never allowed to start a fight,
Hmm.
and that if you got into a fight, it was usually considered disproportionate use of force. So like it was really difficult to defend yourself in court, even if you were legally justified and it was a self-defense situation. You're outside someone's apartment at 3 a.m. You're looking into their window. They see you. It's a self-defense situation. You have to defend your own life now. I cannot believe that the shooter's name was confirmed yet again as being Samad al-Hayati.
Hmm.
He can't keep getting away with it.
I did not have sex with a porn star.
Tony Gwynn told the story of when Ricky was on the Padres. Ricky sat in the back of the team bus, and Tony told him that he can sit in the front because he has tenure. Ricky said, I've been playing for 20 years, not 10 years. Uh, oh, man, that's really fucking good.
I think Ricky Henderson was the guy who, like, they went into his office and they opened the drawer and he had a bunch of checks, payroll checks from, I think it was the Athletics at the time, that he hadn't deposited. And he was like, oh, well, I don't really need the money, so I didn't really care. And they're like, dude, that's not how checks work. He was a really interesting guy.
Yeah, they tend to be.
And he inspired my favorite Bill James quote. They asked him if Ricky Henderson was a Hall of Famer, and Bill James said, you could cut Ricky Henderson into two pieces, and both pieces would make the Hall of Fame.
That's pretty good. One of my favorites quotes that is similar to that, at least in concept, was somebody was interviewing I forget which member of the Beatles it was, that they were talking to. It might have been John, it might have been Paul. The only thing I know for sure is that it wasn't Ringo,
Okay.
because the question was about Ringo. So the journalist asks, they say, is Ringo the best drummer in the world? And the response was, Ringo's not even the best drummer in the Beatles.
Yeah, I mean, that might actually be true, but Ringo was not a particularly good drummer. He was pretty meh. He was fine, you know? Right man in the right place.
It was just really funny.
Yeah.
You know, like one of those moments where fucking you can just imagine going up to Eddie Van Halen's brother and being like, is Eddie the best guitarist in the world? And his brother goes, Eddie's not even the best guitarist in Van Halen.
I like the Bill Walsh quote about Joe Montana. Especially because it's coming from him of all fucking people. The quote about Joe Montana and Dan Marino.
Which quote was that?
Someone asked him who was better, Joe Montana or Dan Marino, and he said Joe Montana was a product of the system and Dan Marino was the system. And that's Bill Walsh who said that.
That's always good to hear. You gotta love Big Dan. I feel like the three biggest disappointments to see a guy retire without a championship in the history of sports be Dan Marino, Tony Gwynn, and LaDainian Tomlinson.
It's not fun.
The world is a far worse place for those guys not being champions. Especially when complete shit asses like complete fucking clowns who are just along for the ride end up getting tons of championships, like fucking James Jones, who was on the Heat, and then when LeBron went back to Cleveland, he fucking went with them, and it's like, boy, come on.
I can appreciate wanting to win.
I don't like talking about Coach Gwynn for very long, because when I do, I start getting really sad.
All right, we are 2/3 of the way there, baby. Let's finish this up.
Yeah. And what a day.
The Rubicon has been crossed. Nothing ever happens, people, in absolute ruins.
Bigly. I'm serious, man. I really hope that he kept that hat. Like, I hope that somebody went back and got it for him. Because if they just fucking left it there and somebody picked it up off the ground, you're gonna have it's gonna end up being one of those fucking things. Like for the rest of time, it's gonna be like, where's the hat that Trump was wearing?
What? It's gonna be like
It's gonna
be like the Lance of Longinus.
You have to basically like so many fucking fakes, and people just, oh, this was the hat that Trump was wearing, but he got shot. And it's like, that's blue, and it says Joe 2020 on it.
Actually, it's called the Spear of Longinus, not the Lance of Longinus. I called it the Lance because of Evangelion.
It goes by many names. The important thing is that it belongs to Saint Longinus.
Mm-hmm.
And a spear and a lance are functionally the same thing. The difference is that a spear can be multiple different types of lengths because it's based off of lots of it's like saying a gun versus saying a rifle. Now, a rifle is a gun. but a gun is not a rifle. And a lance is a spear, but a spear is not a lance. You know, like a spear could be lots of different things, and a lance is much more specific. But considering what it was used for, it may even be more appropriate to call it a lance, because in the same way that you lance a boil, that's what it was used for by Saint Longinus, was just to quickly reach up and pierce the body of Christ to check whether or not he was dead. And his holy blood being upon it is what made it such a extraordinary artifact. The blood of divinity upon it.
I wonder if the bullet is recoverable because that went through his ear. That would be like the spear of Longinus, if anything. If you were
Yeah, it would be recoverable if people had any fucking idea where it ended up.
I assume you could use like
Yes,
geometry.
modern day technology to check the trajectory of the whole thing would give you a general idea, but like it'd be extremely like you know when a plane crashes and they're looking for all the wreckage, so they have all the firefighters get in a big fucking line together and then they just walk out in the forest slowly with every guy like shoulder to shoulder so that they don't miss a single inch of ground as they're looking for like any little piece of the fucking thing. You'd have to do something very similar to that because of how difficult it'd be to find, and like every single one of those people would have a metal detector. It would be very difficult to find it.
Remember that scene in The Dark Knight when Batman finds the brick that got shot?
Right.
And he like shoots a bunch of other bricks. Like I don't know. Nobody can convince me otherwise. That scene is like a fucking Terry Gilliam fever dream that doesn't make any fucking sense.
No,
But
I agree with you because I don't know a whole lot about the science of ballistics either. I believe the concept that Christopher Nolan was trying to go for is that he was like he's shooting at all these different bricks because he's trying to match up the brick to the one that he took from the crime scene to see which one resembles the the hole the best, so that he could try to scan from that brick, the test brick, where the shattered remnants and everything ought to be, so that he can then find it in the brick that he'd taken from uh, using that pattern as like a guideline. But I'm like, well, that's insanely retarded because if that was the case, you're looking for pieces of a bullet would be metal. So it's just fucking look for metal inside the brick. Like, I've
yeah.
got to believe that Batman could get very powerful, like, magnet stuff. So just, like, smash up the brick, which won't damage the bullet because it's made out of metal, and then just drag over it with a magnet and get the pieces that way. It was one of those things where the incredibly fast pace of the movie doesn't leave you long enough to really question what the fuck is happening here,
Yeah.
because it would have slowed up the pacing, but genuinely, about 40 or so seconds of explaining what the fuck he's doing there would have been great.
Yeah.
Because, Alfred's a butler, and while he's a very smart guy, Bruce is
Yeah.
more intelligent than him. So have Alfred be like, "Sir, I'm not exactly sure what you're doing here." And then have Bruce tell him.
Well, I think the explanation is there is no explanation that would make it not stupid, so they just decided, let's just not have an explanation and hope nobody notices that this is a boondoggle.
Yeah. And that's totally fine, and like I completely believe you. I think that's what they went over in the editing room. But it's all like, then why even have that fucking scene in there? You could have just easily, because it's in a very small set, and the only two people in there are Batman and Alfred. So you could have just easily reshot that and done something else that wasn't stupid.
Yeah. I mean, there's plenty of that going on in pretty much any movie you could possibly see, I guess, so it's not like it's any different. But I mean, that kind of stuff doesn't really matter that much. It's not like it makes the movie bad, right?
Yeah, it's still
It
one of the
doesn't
greatest movies of
it
all
doesn't
time.
make the movie worse.
It's still to this day the best superhero movie ever made, which is really saying something because at the time there wasn't much competition for that title. Now there is.
Hmm. Now, I still kind of feel like second place is Spider-Man 2, which came out before The Dark Knight. And there might be some movies I enjoy more than Spider-Man 2, but as a movie, I think Spider-Man 2 is still better than like any Marvel movie, that any MCU movie. I mean, maybe one or two are in the conversation, but I think
Yeah,
Spider-Man 2
those
is right up there.
those Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies really did age like wine.
Hmm.
They're so good. So much that's come out since is just such slop.
Apparently, Sam Raimi has offered to direct the next Avengers movie, and it's not known if he's going to end up doing it or not. But to me, like, that's a great opportunity to try to win the crowd back. Like, Marvel's been on
Yeah,
a losing streak. See what you can get with Raimi.
yeah. No, I completely agree.
Mhm.
Bring him out of retirement.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, JS. I used to have a TV for my computer monitor, but that is just way worse. You get a lot more real estate, but in terms of like how quickly things will update, the refresh rate, it's much worse. So even though the price was kind of there was a big difference in price, you just want to go with the computer monitor all day.
Yeah, definitely agree.
Yeah, Drag Me to Hell was
All
pretty
this
fun.
fucking weird stuff.
Like Raimi understands how to write stories about human experiences really well.
Well, the most important thing, and like, it really is surprising to me, because like I considered this the other day as I was listening to uh professional wrestlers were talking about like their experiences. So you have the Undertaker, who after he retired, he's pretty big on podcasts and doing videos and stuff because he's
Hmm.
trying to make up for like 30 years of living the character. So he's like, now that I can be Mark Calloway instead of the Undertaker, I want to make up for lost time. So one of his closest friends was a guy who played a number of other very popular and notable pro wrestler characters. This guy famously was the Godfather, was also Papa Shango and Kama is the same guy. And, they've been old friends and they've been friends for a long time. So they're talking about, um, stuff that the Godfather did during the Attitude Era in the 90s and how popular that was and how he was getting so much TV time doing it and how like the crowd loved it and some of the biggest pops on the show were when he'd come out with the hose and all that kind of shit. And like as I'm listening to this, I'm like, you know what you're not hearing? You're not hearing about Godfather competing for a championship. You're not hearing about Godfather and some amazing great feud with somebody. You're just hearing about a professional wrestler who's fucking entertaining people. And it kind of clicked for me in terms of not just wrestling, but like every single form of entertainment out there, movies, video games, TV shows, books, whatever. Why everything sucks nowadays. People are trying to make some great artistic message or experiment, or they're like, I'm writing a story about the human condition. It's supposed to be very compelling. And like all this other kind of shit. What they're forgetting to do the whole time is be like, hey, Is this entertaining? Is this like actually making people have a good time? They forgot that part and a lot of the slop that they make these days. They just don't even bother asking, is this entertaining? Is this something that people want to see?
And there are many ways to achieve that. There's not just one way to entertain people. There are many ways you can pull it off. Like
Right.
I think
Because
there
like
will
that's
I like Blade Runner's entertaining, but that movie's really fucking boring. But that's an important movie. And it's worth watching even though it is structured in a way that is very slow and boring.
right. Because it was the good science fiction, not science fantasy, that
Mm-hmm.
old Mike's the Closet talks about. Where it's like good science fiction's slow and boring because it's telling a really good story. Just true.
Yeah, I did
But
kind of
not
disagree.
fast paced.
Yeah, I disagreed with him a little bit on that count because he was using it to defend Star Trek 1, the motion picture, and I do actually think that movie's pretty bad. Like, I think that movie's like a bit of a
Yeah,
mess.
yeah, and I know completely where you're coming from and the way that a lot of people are coming from when they talk about that movie because that movie was a lot of ideas,
Mm-hmm.
and those ideas would be extremely important for the future of Star Trek with the next generation. But it was very bad as a movie, telling a story and being entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
However, for people who are like huge fans of the franchise and like what it stands for and ideas and blah blah blah, somebody like Mike, I can completely understand why he loves the motion picture. But to the average person, it's not entertaining. It comes back to uh, the whole thing we've been fucking talking about. Then they come out with Wrath of Khan, which is like the second most popular Star Trek film ever made to this day,
Yes,
and it's
masterpiece.
because they right, exactly. Like you said, masterpiece. It's because they told an amazing story. It's like, as far as Star Trek goes, they weren't doing like any crazy science fiction stuff. They just told a fucking phenomenal fucking story. You had amazing performances out of the entire cast that gave you an absolute all timer. Lightning in a bottle. That's not something you could ever do again. Even though they've tried many times to replicate that, they've never been able to do it successfully because they completely missed the forest for the trees, which was the first thing you do is write an entertaining story first without trying to force it. Then, once you have that good story in place, you build a cast that can bring you masterful performances to bring the whole thing together. It's like you can have an amazing coach with one of the best systems of all time, but if you give him a roster with nothing but slop, well, the San Antonio Spurs were the second worst team in the league this year.
JS, I happen to know that Snacks has gone to the movie theaters twice in the last decade, so probably pretty much never. I have only go to the movie theaters alone to watch anime movies because I don't have anybody to see those with. And that's only happened a few times. I actually went to the theaters by myself today to see Princess Monokane. Monokone,
Yeah,
Monokane, whatever. I'm bad at that.
Mononoke.
Mononoke.
It's okay. It's
Um,
okay. If anything, it shows that you're not a weeb.
I
So,
will do it twice more this year because there are a couple other movies that they're doing for Ghibli Fest that I want to see. Probably My Neighbor Totoro and Howl's Moving Castle. Probably.
what was the question directed towards me?
How often do you guys go to the theater alone?
Oh, yeah. Like you said, I've only been to the movies twice in the last decade, and one of those was by myself. Was to see Spectre because I'm a huge James Bond fan, but I didn't see the most recent James Bond because all I heard from anybody was it was DEI slop, and I was like, yeah, I really don't want to fucking see that shit. It's just
Yeah.
demoralizing.
I mean, I saw it. I didn't think it was DEI slop, but they're just doing things with the Bond character that I don't think anybody asked for. Nobody asked for him to have a kid. Nobody asked for him to die at the end of the movie. Like that's
Yeah,
like remember in Superman Returns, the one with
Brandon Ruth or
Brandon Ruth, yeah, where
Routh or whatever.
they
Yeah,
gave him a kid. Like I don't think humanizing Superman is the thing you want to do. That's not something that I think is going to get people into Superman. Let's give him a kid.
yeah. So yeah, I saw Spectre, and then I saw with my sister. I saw Spider-Man, um, whichever one it was that was actually good.
Uh, No
You,
Way
you know
Home.
which one I'm talking
No
about.
Way Home.
Yeah, with the actual good Spider-Man in it,
Hmm.
good characters and stuff. Yeah, the one that wasn't slop. Yeah, I saw it with my sister. It's because 10 years ago was 2014, right?
Yes.
So Spectre came out in 2015. That's when I did that. And 20 whatever recently, within the last couple of years, was when that Spider-Man movie came out. Is because in 2014 I was going through a very difficult and traumatic time in my life, and the movies were an escape for me. So I basically lived at that movie theater and would like watch multiple movies there. I would just buy a matinee ticket at the beginning of the day, and I would just stay there the whole fucking time and just walk into another theater. Because as long as people don't recognize you and know that you're there, then you could just stay there as long as you wanted,
Yeah.
basically.
When I was much younger, my dad was friends with a guy who owned a movie theater, and he would let him and us, by which I mean my mom and me and my brother, into movies for free because the movie ticket cost goes to the box office, and like he didn't give a shit about that. It's like I don't care if the fucking studio gets their cut. Like I make money from concessions, so my dad would buy concessions and he would get the money from that, but he would just let him into as many movies as he wanted for free. So he would go to the movies like twice a week. He'd see everything he wanted to see. It was great.
Nice. Yeah, that's good to hear. But anyway, so yeah, usually when I go to the movies, like I think about how bad that time in my life was. I don't feel good. So it needs to be like something important to actually drag me there. And usually movies are so bad nowadays that I just don't feel any need or desire to go. I might still decide to go if it was like more affordable, but these days it's so crazy. Like I saw with somebody's ticket, like 3 movie tickets for their family, they ended up paying over $70 to go to the movies. I mean, that's just not worth
If
it. Like
Krista,
when's the last time you ever saw a movie that you felt that was worth paying $70 to see with my family?
yeah, that doesn't happen terribly often. Did if Christopher Nolan announced he was making a fourth movie in the Dark Knight trilogy, would you, or well, it wouldn't be a trilogy anymore. Would you go see that in the theater?
Um, not in Colorado. Um, but probably what I would want to see if I could make any kind of request of anything. The filmmaker that I have the most confidence in, like you said, is Christopher Nolan. I love his movies. If Christopher Nolan decided to make a Napoleon biopic and it was actually pro Napoleon instead of whatever flop Ridley Scott came up with,
Hmm.
then yeah, I'd definitely be on board for that.
All right.
Okay, let's see if the Queen comes to life. No, the map just ends immediately. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a disappointment. But you get what you get.
All right. We did it. All right. I think we've done every map
That
in the
was the
game.
last one.
Yeah.
All
So
right.
5 maps on both sides. Really good. Really impressive. All right. So it is now 1 o'clock. So that's a pretty good time for me to go ahead and take my leave. Thanks for coming out.
Yeah.
I will see you guys later today.